things that make up all of everything in the
Most
universe.
intellectually rigorous and full of integrity Christian, by the way.
We're just going back to your change. Yes, you're right. And the definition of change, yes, you're right. And the definition of God, no, you're wrong.
All right. Well, I think I'm probably going to move on to the next guest, one who isn't willing to, who can just answer like basic questions. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well, and drop a follow if you never want to miss a single debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly dash Ian, the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. I appreciate any and all support. They allow me to go live for more often, more frequently, which I really enjoy. If you're in those guest requests, make sure you believe in the Christian God, the Jewish God, or the Islamic God. If you don't believe in one of those, I'm not really interested in the debate. I'll make sure you're 18 or older, and with that, we'll go to the very next guest. But double tap that screen. Let's get all the way up to 40K likes. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, thank you for having me up here. Doing good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. How old are you?
I am 36.
Okay, and what religion are you?
I am a believer of all gods,
Oh, okay, that's not really what I'm looking for. I'm
including
just
Christian God. Hey, hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm going to prove the God is real, right? Isn't that
so
what you want?
you believe in all gods,
hmm Well, there's
including
only
the
one
Christian
God
God.
across all religions. Most of them talk about just being that one source of energy. And underneath that, there's levels of gods and deities and such, right? So that's how there's usually structured prophets, etc.
Oh wait, someone sent Michael, thanks so much for the $25 on Cash App. Huge W, Michael, in the comment section. I really appreciate that. Okay, so do you affirm? I mean, like this is just blasphemous to like literally every religion.
I believe in God. We can start with there.
Yeah, that's
Christian
fine.
God.
Yeah, okay. So do you think that Jesus is the Son of God?
I do believe at one point he merged with God and he was the Son of God. Yes.
You okay? Wait. So you think that he merged with God? Do you reject the Trinity?
I do not reject the Trinity. No.
So you believe in all gods, including the Trinity?
Correct.
Do you believe in like Vishnu?
Yes, that
So
I
then it
do.
seems like we would have like four gods.
No, no, no. You're missing the point. I think so. There's one God. Okay, the energy is one. The Trinity is the God, the Holy Spirit, and um, you know, uh,
Damn, you
so
don't believe in the
the
Trinity. You
Holy
believe in
Spirit,
the
right? The Holy
fucking
Spirit.
infinity.
What is it?
You don't believe in the Trinity. You believe in the fucking infinity.
No, I believe in the Trinity. It's definitely real.
Okay, but so when Jesus was walked Earth, do you think that Jesus was 100% human and 100% God?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say at so he was human at one point, 100%, and then through his lifetime, he came to a point of um, attaining a connection with the divine, which is the Holy Spirit and God Himself.
So you think that there was a point in time when Jesus was not God?
Yes.
Oh, then you're going to super hell.
No, 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 no. Listen to me. He became God, and he's still God in that case, right? He's the Son of God. So he had a human experience. He did. So that's what I believe in. So okay, so like here's what I want to show why God is real, first of all, right? In any religion or across the world. Because you seek for evidence, right? You want to know a particular kind of evidence that proves God is real. I would say there's been hundreds of books written throughout time and history about a source of energy which is godlike that has connected with people throughout time and history. So why not take that as an evidence?
Wait, I'm just debating like the Christian God. I don't care about any of this. I don't care about like spiritual woo-woo nonsense. And judging by like the way my like viewership drops like rapidly every time I have a spiritual person, it seems like they don't care much either.
Okay, so you want to talk about the Christian God? We could say that.
Yeah, let's talk about the Christian God. So, what's your
Why don't you
evidence
talk
that
about that?
the Christian God is real?
Have you not seen it? Is that why, or not
I
experienced it?
certainly haven't.
Okay, fair enough. So the people that have experienced it, I mean, why would you say they're wrong?
Oh, because there's experiences of this God in literally every religion, or there's an experience of like a different deity in every single religion that people feel a spiritual connection. We know that this is associated with the right temporal lobe, so there's just a naturalistic explanation for all of it. Additionally, it's always going to come down to interpretation. It's going to reify the beliefs that you already hold. If I was a Christian and this stuff that they experienced happened to me, I would be more of a Christian. But if I was an atheist and the stuff that they experienced happened to me, I would probably still be an atheist.
So if okay, so the confusion is that there's so many experiences happening around the world. We don't know which one is the real God. Is that right? Like, is that
Well,
why?
yeah, yeah. So, I mean, also, like this is just like directly contradictory because it says explicitly in Christianity, this is like the first commandment is that you can have no gods other than me. So, I mean, like your worldview is going to be like foundationally blasphemous at that
So,
level.
well,
Uh,
here's another way to look at that. There's no God just in me, right? It's that one God that has came to earth, divine intervention throughout time and history across the globe in many other religions as well. Still the one God, but in different forms, in different beings that have been able to connect with the ultimate force, the God source.
well, but
That's the way.
this would seem to be like just complete nonsense at the point in time where, if I'm not
Why?
mistaken, I
Why?
think the like in Exodus, I'm pretty sure that there's like a boss battle between
There.
fucking God and like the Egyptian gods. So you think that it was like the same God just like fighting himself?
So there's one God, and then there's everything else underneath it, right? So that's the way I look at it. So now there's other people call themselves gods. I don't know if they're really truly gods. I'm talking about the one God, true source that's been throughout time and history. Uh, and and my view is that it's been always been that one God, right? It just in different forms, in different ways, in different times in history that it made its intervention, connecting with the beings that were able to connect with God at that
Gotcha.
level.
Wait, so for this part in Exodus where there's like a fight between like the Egyptian gods who create like a serpent and then like the Christian God, you think that this was just like God fighting himself?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, there's always a lesson to come out of it, right? It's a story
And that
that's being
makes
played
sense to you
out.
that this was just God fighting himself.
Well, what came out of that?
I fucking nonsense is
Well, a
if
lot
that's
of
like your view, it's
transformation.
fucking nonsense. Like I mean, to the Christian view, what comes out of that is just that like God is more powerful than all these other gods. But
There you go. Simple
in
as that.
actuality,
One God.
like this is just nonsense to say that God was just fighting himself.
So people can claim to be God, but when it comes down to it, I think the story highlights that there's always that one God. That's the ultimate force above all, right?
No,
That's
I
the
mean these
whole.
seem to be two distinctly different forces and like opposite opposing forces. What?
Right. That's why God won, right? The higher force illustrated that
So
they're
it's
the
not
one.
just one force, it is like multiple conflicting forces.
Uh, well, see, it gets confusing when we try to put labels on it. When we try to say,
Yeah, it
this
is confusing.
deity and that deity. It's understandable. It's completely understandable. I think throughout all religions, though, however, whether it's Hinduism, whether it's Christianity, um, or any other religions, mainly, I think it's 90% of them say there's only that one God. Even Hinduism says Brahma is the main god, just a different label, different name for it. That's all that is. But the energy source that's talked about through time and history, it's always been that one energy above all, right? So
I mean,
that's how
like
I
why
simplify
would
it,
I
at least.
accept like so why would I accept this view over like a naturalist view? Like to me naturalism seems just like much on face simpler than supernaturalism just by basic counting. So under naturalism, I only have to believe in natural entities, natural properties, and like natural causes. Where under supernaturalism, you have to believe in all three of these things: natural entities, natural causes, natural properties, and you also have to believe in like supernatural entities, supernatural causes, and supernatural properties. So just via Occam's razor, it seems like I should be accepting naturalism unless you can give me something that I can't explain with naturalism.
Well, God, right? So I see your point of view. I think it's a good point of view. But the point is that it has happened to many people throughout time and history. It's been documented by many, right? Scholars themselves have documented the presence of an event where the divine intervention that took place. Many prophets have been come to earth throughout time and history, which have then guided their people in some way in a particular time frame in history. So all of that seems to be true, right? Because it's documented, it's there, and it's been happening not just like
Yeah,
one
yes,
time,
but the
but
question
throughout
was
time
just
and
like
history.
what's a phenomena that I can't just explain with naturalism?
What about imagination or dream?
Yeah, these are just like products of the brain.
Products of the brain. Well, everything is part of the brain in that
Oh,
in
cool.
that
So
way.
then it seems like you're a
So
naturalist. Do you
air,
think? Wait, do you think God is a product of the brain?
is air outside or inside the brain?
The brain is oxygenated.
Okay, so do you feel the air from the outside or inside only?
Do I feel? I don't feel it because I don't have a sensory experience with it, but I can verify based on what happens to other people that it is most likely, almost certainly, also happening to me.
When there's a gust, like strong wind, do you feel that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then it is outside and inside, right? So that's that phenomena where is that natural? Is that the
Wait,
figment of the
what part
It's
of
there,
the
right?
so the gust is outside, but the feeling, the experience of the gust happens via the
Mhm.
brain because it's like the tripping of a sensor. So this is all just natural. Like I could just explain that all these things are natural,
So
that
then God, in
brains
that sense,
develop
would be natural
naturally.
too. Well,
Hmm?
then God would be natural too in that sense, right? Because people are experiencing it at all levels throughout time and history, and that's natural also.
Okay, well, is God made of atoms, or is he a property of atoms?
See, I don't know that. Nobody,
Oh,
I don't know if anybody can
okay.
know
So
that.
we have two things. So one, either God is made of atoms, in which case the question is like, can I make a God out of atoms if I tried? Or two, God is not made out of atoms, which means that God is not natural.
Well, okay, so here's what the problem with that sort of theory is. I think anytime you try to find something with a form, such as an atom, you need instruments that are created by human beings. Is like, for example, we only get to see something when you put something in a microscope, right? You don't see the
We don't
atom with
see
your own
atoms
naked
in
eye,
microscopes.
right? You don't see it with the naked eye that there's an atom floating around and you're made out of it,
We,
right?
we
So
also don't
that's
see it in microscopes. Atoms are too small.
okay. There you go. So then, why do you believe in them?
Yeah, so I believe in them because there's like mountains of evidence for them. The fact that we have like
Because it's
chemical
been proven.
reactions that work consistently are indicative of the fact that we have like much smaller atoms like underlying all of these things. The fact that there's like very specific experiments you can do to actually isolate atoms and then verify that there is like an isolated atom via a chemical reaction. Um, that's like pretty compelling evidence that
Well,
there
so
is an
there's types
atom.
of meditations that people can do to connect with God. There's
This
also
is
types
completely
of
unrelated to
there's a
what I
very
just said.
specific
This
exercises and
is
experiments people
like
can utilize
wickedly unrelated, and I
to
just
be
don't care
creative.
about any of this.
No, but then I'm just saying, like this, it's another type of experiment to figure something out, right?
Yeah,
Just like
that's fine. And
science
I've
does.
spent lots of time meditating because I think it has like other benefits. I think it has natural benefits. I don't think that it has supernatural benefits because I don't think supernatural things exist.
Well, everything is natural, right? We just talked about this a couple
Well,
of
no,
minutes
but
ago.
that's not the
Even
case
God
though,
is
because
natural.
God isn't made of atoms unless you think God is made of atoms.
Well, there's things that are smaller than atoms, right? There's electrons, protons, there's also wavicles, there's also found a bunch of other things that as the more they cut it within that sort of atom, they discovered there's so many other things within it. So that's also true. So
Yeah,
then
I
what is
mean,
it
there's
made
like
out of?
quarks
We
and
don't even know what we're
neutrinos.
made out of, to be honest.
Well, we do. We are made out of atoms. We're made out of cells.
No,
We
that's an
can we can
illusion because
observe.
we
I think
found
we
so
can
many
observe
other things.
cells. I
But we
think these
found so
are
many other
not too
things.
small for us to observe.
Oh, yeah, that's the old belief though, that we're made out of atoms, right? There's so
No,
many
we
other
are made
things
out of
that are
atoms.
within
That's
the
just
atom
true.
itself. But there's so many other things within the atom itself. We discovered that in just over the last 5 years.
So wait, so you think that we're not made out of atoms?
It's a term that we have given, right? But when we opened up the atom, we discovered there's all these other things that are also within it.
So you
So
think that we're
then,
not,
if
you can
the atom
call
is
it
missing
whatever the hell
something,
you want, but you don't think that we're made up of like a thing that has protons, neutrons, and electrons?
well, I don't know if the science would agree with that
You don't think that the science would agree
because
that
they're
we have
still
protons,
discovering it.
neutrons, and
We don't
electrons at
know.
like the as one of the base units? And then of course science also agrees that there's like quarks and neutrinos and like bosons or whatever.
Mhm. Mhm.
But like
Those
we are
are
made out
part.
of atoms. Like these are just a smaller thing than atoms.
The thing is that we have come so far, but we still don't know because we constantly find new things, right? So how can we truly say this is a fact when we're constantly finding new things that we could be made out
Because
of?
yeah, oh no, that's a great point because science, unlike religion, is not dogmatic. Science adapts to the evidence, and right now, all the evidence says that we are made out of atoms, that atoms exist, and that there's like some things that are smaller than atoms that like compose atoms, but that it's like we're skeptical as to whether or not there are things that are smaller than these because every time we try to like split a quark or a neutrino, it just uses that energy to make more quarks and neutrinos.
Yeah, so what does that mean? Where is that coming from?
Where's what coming from? I don't know. That could just be like the property that they
So
use all the
that's what I'm saying.
energy
We don't
that
know.
they just produce more quarks and neutrinos out of energy.
So you can't put that label on God because we don't know ourselves yet. Because these things that as we go deeper within, they get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then we come to find out that they are also producing something else. So we're at some level of understanding, which is good, right? I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's a good thing to have this level of understanding, but that there's much more deeper and we have to find out more. It's what we're made out of. We don't know yet
Yeah, well,
completely.
yeah. So science doesn't ever claim to have like true certain knowledge. It's always a
Mm,
process of continuation. We have leading theories that are supported by mountains of evidence, i.e., the idea that atoms exist. It could come out tomorrow that atoms actually don't exist based on like a new research paper that just completely disproves atoms.
mhm.
That would be a foundational shift that would basically destroy like literally every field of science if that came out. But
Well,
um,
it won't be the
all
first
the
one.
evidence that we have points to the existence of things like atoms. So while we don't know with 100% absolute certainty that atoms do exist, like
Well,
we
I can tell
haven't
you
like
this.
physically
Mhm.
like looked at an atom, um, there's like literally all of the evidence would indicate that atoms exist. Like every
Nobody has
single
ever looked at an
experiment that you
atom.
do that would indicate whether there's an atom or not an atom would tell you that there's an atom.
They found it in a specific lab experiment that this particular particle was there, and they called it atom. And they said, "This is what it is." When they go outside in the natural world, you're not finding atoms there, dude. It has to be a specific lab experiment in order to find the results that they need to find,
Yeah, because
right? It has to be
atoms are
very
really
specific
fucking
and
small. Like
coordinated
what?
with certain variables only.
Because
Until they
atoms are
put it
really
over.
small, of course you're not finding atoms with like the naked eye. Like everything you are finding atoms in that everything is made out of atoms, but
So
like you're
you
not
see, that's
finding
only
like
part of the
literally
picture.
just like a single atom. That's
It's
absurd.
only part of the picture. That's what I'm saying, right? If we don't know the whole story, and then
Mhm.
I would argue further. I would just say, um, every science experiment is very sort of
I
structured.
actually think that this is like a really great indication as to why I like absolutely hate debating spiritual people because it's just like fucking minutes of like nonsense of like, well, do atoms actually exist? I don't really know. Well, I mean, like maybe humans aren't even made out of atoms. Like, what are we talking about? What a waste of time. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. Drop a follow if you're enjoying the debate so far. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. And make sure if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Hey, doing well. How old are you?
32.
Yeah, and what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the existence or for the truth of Christianity?
Um, it's anecdotal, so it's
Uh,
personal
I
experience.
definitely don't want it then.
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't.
Do you have like an argument that doesn't come from personal experience?
No, and I don't think I need one.
Okay. Well,
So I have a question for you.
yeah.
So I try to, because I think it's funny that atheists, do you consider yourself an atheist?
Towards the Christian God, yes.
So I think it's funny that atheists are always talking about God, but they claim that like he's mythical, like he's a mythical creature, he doesn't exist. So if that's the case, why do you guys spend so much time debating it?
Oh, because it's fun. Because it has a real implication on like the world which I live in. Like the first guest who was being like transphobic. The religion that you hold, the worldview that you hold, is used, if not by you, then by others, towards like ends that have real material harms on a wide variety of people.
So are you trying to convince believers to not believe, or are you trying to encourage them not to impose on on
Uh,
everyone else's lives?
I think I'm doing two things. Wait, there's like a bit of it. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. I think there's like two things. First, I think that people should just know these arguments. People should know how to dismantle the Christian worldview or like religious worldviews in general, because it allows them to actually engage with religious people who might be trying to like impose their bigotry onto them, and then just hide behind God. Like I think it's very effective to have real concrete arguments for why these people are wrong, and to be able to tear apart any arguments that they present. And two, to some extent, I am trying to convince people that their religion is wrong.
But you realize that a lot our religion, our faith is like a huge part of our identity.
That's fine. I mean, like, I think that my like queerness is like probably a larger part of my identity, and is also true.
hmm you don't think that we can all coexist? Like I don't believe in
That'd be
imposing like
cool.
my beliefs onto other people. So I'm pro-choice even though I'm Christian.
you're not imposing your beliefs onto other people, if you don't hold like weird beliefs about like queer people or like abortion or things of that nature, then go for it. I really don't care. Like you're not, you don't necessarily fit into my like target audience or my goals per se.
Hmm.
I mean, my goals require like any Christian to dismantle. They don't require like you specifically.
Okay. I guess I just came up because I want to get a better understanding of why I see these lives all the time. What's the goal outside of like kind of like rage baiting, you
Okay.
know?
Well, I mean, it's not rage bait, but if you want to see rage bait, I have like a different background that would make you
What
cry. But
what's the background?
Dean plagiarized the fuck out of it. So if you've seen Dean's background, that's the one.
Oh, no,
It
I
it's it
haven't
has
seen.
like I wish I had it saved on my phone. I don't think I do. But whatever.
All
Well,
right. Well,
I'm probably
I'll
gonna
keep
move on to the next
watching.
guest, but I appreciate you
Yeah.
coming on up here.
Hmm.
Hey, if you're in those guest request box, make sure you're only requesting to join if you disagree, and if you want to debate, I'm going to ask you for an argument. And if you don't have an argument, then I'm probably going to move on to the next guest pretty quickly. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Drop a follow as well if you're enjoying the debate so far. Make sure you are only joining if you're 18 or older and you believe in the God of the Bible, the God of the Quran, or the God of the Torah. Um, uh, and with that, we can go to the very next guest. Also, if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support, and it is like very good for allowing me to stream longer every single day. So if you want me to stream for even longer, make sure you're supporting the stream. Both are in the bio. I'd really appreciate it as we try to find our very next guest. Thanks so much for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Um, Damn, I'm never getting another one on. That's so sad. What a what a heartbreaking experience this is. Trying to just find someone to come on up. But yeah, let's double tap that screen. Let's get all the way up to 40K likes. We're almost there. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello, how are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 19.
Okay. And what religion are you?
I believe in Jesus Christ. I'm a Christian.
Okay, sounds good. What's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God?
Um, One, I'm actually going to read based off of biblical terms, the scripture. So, due to you saying like you're trying to get an argument or anything like, and I'm not going to disrespect you in any way due to you not really understanding, but
You
I'm
can
going to.
disrespect me. It's like good for me rhetorically if you're like really mean, but that's fine.
No.
I mean, do whatever you want to do.
Okay. So I'm going to read this to you, and it says, hold to the true faith. And this is in the general epistle of Jude. And it says, these are murmurers, complainers, walking after their own lusts, and their mouth speaketh great swelling words, having men's persons in admiration because of advantage. Okay, and then it also says, how that they told you there should be mockers in the last time who shall walk after their own ungodly lusts. These be they who separate themselves sensual, having not the spirit. And then it also says, keep yourselves in the love of God, looking for the mercy of our Lord Jesus Christ unto eternal life. And also, I want to read to you, the God that you have up right now is not what it says in the book of Revelations. And a lot of people actually get that confused. So, this is what I want to read to you because I actually have, and I'm not even going to lie, due to me having a relationship with the Lord and actually due to experience with having an encounter with him, because I actually had an encounter where I almost died, and the Lord was the only person that I could call on, and he saved me. So yeah. And it says, and it was commanded them that, and this is actually Revelation, and it says, and it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads. And that also talks about in the book of Revelations, it's going to say how people are going to take the mark of the beast, right? We know that I've been hearing that a lot. And I know this. Just like you gotta think of like the
Wait, mark of the beast to W in chat. Let's get a W666 going.
oh, okay. But let me see. And it says, they shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sun light on them, nor any heat. And this just lets us know that God is going to protect us and keep us in faith from people that don't believe in him and from people that
Okay. So why if God is just gonna like keep you in faith against like scary atheists like me, then why would you come up
you're
here?
not
Why wouldn't you
scary.
just like keep your faith?
You're not scary to me. But
Okay. Well, so if God's gonna keep your faith against like atheists like me, then why did you feel the need to come up here?
because you said that request if you disagree if God isn't real.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I disagree that,
Okay.
I guess I disagree. God is very much real. And we know that also in the Bible, it talks about religion. It talks about the right religion. And we know that one Muslim, and that also
Wait,
talks.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. What would be a good argument?
Okay.
Do you think God can make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
Well, due to the power of God, he can move
Wait, can you
mountains.
get closer to your microphone? I'm sorry.
Okay, my bad. Due to the power of God, he can move mountains, and that also tells us that in the Bible as well. And like I said, when it comes down to holding on to your faith,
Wait, but that's a yes or no question. So can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it? And you didn't give a yes or a no. You just said that like God has the power to move mountains. That has literally nothing to do and is absolutely not an answer to my question.
can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Can God make a rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it?
No, I disagree.
Okay, so then God is not all powerful.
Yes, he is.
But he doesn't have the power to make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it.
But why would he make why would he make something that he can't move it? That's my thing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm not saying that he would do this. It's like a conversation about like what's possible for him to do.
So,
It's like supposed to get at like is it possible for God to do contradictions? Because if it's possible for God to do contradictions, then it's illogical. So either God is logical but not all powerful, or God is illogical, in which case it's an absurdity.
and this also just lets me know I'm right here in John, and it says the test of righteousness. And what you're doing right now is also is testing my
Hmm.
faith, but
Hmm.
it's letting me know that God is even more real because the book of Revelations tells us that there will be false prophets, there will be false teachers, and there will be false doctrine that will try to come and like shake people's faith.
Yeah, these are all like very fancy justifications for why you're not going to give an argument or engage with my arguments. But to me,
No.
this just sounds like you're putting yourself in like a little echo chamber where you never have to actually ask yourself tough questions like,
Oh, no,
is
no,
it
no.
possible that none of this is true at all? Is it possible that I'm wasting like several hours every single Sunday? I don't know. It's like something to think about. I mean, it's just like kind of a waste of your time. And you should think about like whether or not it's actually true rather than just like saying like, well, everything that I can't figure out, well, that's just God, and like me having faith is like a good thing.
Yeah, it is a good thing that you have faith and that you believe in something. And like I said, like due to you not believing in God, like I said, I'm not judging you in any way, but I'm just I'm stating facts due to biblical, like I'm reading from my Bible. So anything that I say I can prove due to what I'm reading, but also because of what I have also experienced. Now, we know that the devil has came down to earth because of what he did. He went against God, and he came down here and he corrupted man and made their thought process all scrambled. You get what
Yeah,
I'm
this
saying?
is like a wonderful bit of like psychoanalysis, but let's get back to like the actual argument. So, I guess there's an even easier way to reduce your worldview to absurdity. So, do you think God has the power to make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time?
Absolutely. If that is his
Oh, I'm
will.
sorry, wait, you're like super far away from the microphone. Did you say absolutely?
I said if that is his will, but if that's not his will, absolutely not. It's
Gotcha. No, that's fine. Yeah. So, is it possible that it is his will at some point in the future?
hmm. It depends on his grace.
Yeah, well, but I mean, insofar as you and I don't know, is it possible that it's his will to make the sun both exist and not exist?
That hmm. That would tell you in Revelations, because we also know that we will see signs and wonders that Jesus is coming back, of his coming, and you're going to see signs from the sun and the moon,
Damn.
where
Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, please continue. Yeah. So then it sounds like it's possible. So you would say that insofar as it's possible for God to make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time, you would say that it's possible for the sun to both exist and not exist.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Insofar as you would agree that it's possible for God to make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time, you would affirm that it's possible for the sun to both exist and not exist.
Hmm. Potentially.
Oh, well, there's the absurdity. You think that the sun could both exist and not exist?
But also, due to what we see now, the sun does exist, so
Yeah.
we can't really go based off of what if. We have to look at we have to walk. Well, me, I walk by faith and not by sight, but as well as
We can tell.
you have to look at the signs of what is now and also what is to come. Like, for example, the Euphrates River drying up, and I want to point this out because this is something that is also biblical, and
Yeah, it's happened multiple times and none of them have led to the coming of Jesus.
and that's due to false doctrines, and
It's
also
your doctrine, dude.
false preachers. No, but listen though. In the Bible, it talks about how there will be false prophets in the end times. So that's why it's important for us to get into, well, important due to what you believe in. But for me, it's important for me to get into my word because of things such as that, knowing that there will be false prophets. There will be people that will try to shake your faith. There will be people that will try to tell you like, oh, well, God isn't this or God isn't
Yeah.
real and da da da. But
Yeah, I am that person and I will keep on doing that. But so do you think that God knows everything?
absolutely, he's all knowing.
Yeah, cool. So if God knows everything, is it possible for God to learn new things?
How can he? How can he know all things? Well, how can he?
Your mic is covered again.
I'm not covering it. I don't know what's going on, but Okay, I'm going to read this to you. And
Wait. I just want to like stick with this argument. I don't really care about like I've tuned out like literally every verse that you've read so far. So
that goes with the argument that I'm trying to get at.
wait, yeah, but I'm not listening to the argument. It's the
Oh,
problem because
so-
it's like super boring and like verbose, and
Oh,
I'm
so-
also
oh,
I'm
oh,
also like absolutely
oh,
certain
so
that
I
even if I listened to
okay.
all of it, I wouldn't accept it anyway.
Okay, so I understand.
But I just want to know. So is it possible if you know everything, can you learn more things?
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. If you are not willing to listen to my
That's
side,
a yes or no question.
yes, it's a yes or no question, but let me just say this, because you want to be heard, but also allow me to, that's very disrespectful. You want an argument, but you're not allowing me to get my point across, and then you're also tuning me out.
You can talk, you just can't preach. If you preach, I'm going to do funny dances. I listen to every word that you've said, except when you preach, then I tune it out.
Okay, but beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, okay?
Okay.
Like, I'm just, that's ignorance. And if I'm listening to you and everything that you have to say, and I'm not tuning you out, that's ignorance.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you've been talking for like 10 times as long as I've been talking. And the majority of what I've done is ask you questions, whereas the majority of what you've done is like preach and like psychoanalyze. So like one of us is here actually arguing, and then one of us is here preaching.
Because what you're telling me is that I'm trying to get my point across by also having facts. You get what I'm saying? That I can prove due to what I've been through, but also due to what I'm reading as well.
Facts that you can't prove.
Facts that I can prove. Let's just, for example, like I said, the Euphrates River. We know
Which
that.
has dried up
Yes.
multiple times, and Jesus did not come back during any of them. But it seems like you're trying to pivot really hard away from the argument I'm making. So let's just stay with it. If you know all things, can you learn new things?
No, because you know everything already.
Yes, cool. So God cannot learn new things. Do you agree?
You can't know, or you can't learn something new if you know everything already.
Yep, true. That's absolutely correct. So in Luke 2:52 it says, "And Jesus grew in wisdom and stature." If you can't learn new things, then how is Jesus growing in wisdom?
Because we also know that Jesus was flesh, so he got an understanding of what man also went through as well. Because in the beginning it tells us in Genesis that God was repentant of making man on the earth, but it also gave us a opportunity to learn more about ourselves and who we were created from, and also so that we can have an opportunity to repent for our sins and become a new creation in Christ. Because we know that when the devil came down here, he corrupted man by lusting after women, and having sex and all these different things with man. For example, I'm not trying to judge you, but like,
Bros dipping into homophobia. That's nice.
no,
So,
I'm not.
do you think
Absolutely. No,
Jesus
no.
is God?
Yes.
Do you think Jesus was always God?
Yes, because it also talks about Jesus. It also talks about an angel ministering unto different men, that these men became prophets because of God. Where
Oh, yeah, sounds good. So, if Jesus was always God and God can't learn new things, then that means that Jesus can't learn new things. But that's a contradiction because in Luke 2:52 it says that Jesus learned new things.
because he was man when
Yeah, no, wait. So do you think if you think he was always God, then in this instance he was both 100% man and 100% God. But of course, because he's always God, he can't learn new things, which means that if he's learning new things, he cannot be God.
well, repeat your question. I'm sorry.
Well, it wasn't a question; it was a conclusion. It was
Yeah.
so if Jesus is God, if Jesus was always God, and he was also man, then he is both 100% man and 100% God. Insofar as he's 100% God, he can't learn new things, but that's a contradiction because in Luke 2:52 he learns he learns new things.
Okay. So can I read this to you, or you're going to, you're not gonna.
Depends on how relevant it is.
Okay. Okay, so this is the growth of true knowledge, and this is Peter. Just like you just read a verse to me, a scripture to me. I want to read this to you, if that's okay.
Sure. But to
Okay.
be clear, I'm not reading like random verses, but go for it.
Okay, and me neither. But they all have a connection. They all tie together to what I'm saying. This is the growth of true knowledge, according as his divine power hath given unto us all things that pertain unto life and godliness, through the knowledge of him that hath called us to glory and virtue, whereby are given unto us exceeding great and precious promises, that by these ye might be partakers of the divine nature, having escaped the corruption that is in the world through lust. And beside this, giving all diligence, add to your faith virtue, and virtue to knowledge, and to virtue knowledge, and to knowledge temperance, and to temperance patience, and to patience godliness, and to godliness, brotherly kindness, and to brotherly kindness, charity. And it also says, for if these things be in you and abound, they make you that ye shall neither be barren nor unfruitful in the knowledge of our Lord Jesus Christ. But he that lacketh these things is blind and cannot see afar off, and hath forgotten that he was purged from his old sins. Wherefore, the rather, brethren, give diligence to make your calling and election sure. For if ye do these things, ye shall never fall. For so an entrance shall be ministered unto you abundantly into the everlasting kingdom of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And
Wow, I think I'm ready to convert.
okay. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I think I'm going to move on to the next guest, but I appreciate you coming on up here.
No problem.
Hey, make sure you're dropping a follow if you're enjoying that. The number of people who are like, you're doing the YMCA. I'm not doing the YMCA. I'm doing Hot to Go by Chapel Roan. You should look it up. And in fact, I could teach all of you right now. So it goes HOTTOGO. You can take me hot to go. Wasn't that fun? Didn't we have fun? If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you want to see more streams like this in the future. And make sure you keep on double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 75K likes. Drop a comment, share it with your friends. It's good for the health of the stream. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, so why don't you believe in God?
So I have like two questions for you first. So one, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah, and what religion do you believe in?
I'm Jewish.
Okay, that's fine. So for your God, I'd probably just run the problem of evil. I think that there's going to be a contradiction in the idea that God can be all good, and also the idea that we can exist in a world that has things like earthquakes.
In Judaism, we believe that there's a animal soul and a godly soul, and essentially, good can't exist without evil, but we have a stronger godly soul than an animal soul, and for that reason, we have free choice, but we don't have the control over things. We only have free choice.
Okay, was there a time before God had created anything at all?
A time before God created anything? I have no idea.
Well, like, was there just like a first point where it was just like God chilling alone?
God, and as far as I know, in the Torah, it says at the beginning God created the heavens and the earth.
Okay, that's fine.
So
I can work with
created
that.
time. He created time. He created space, and he created matter. So he existed before time, space, and matter. So he doesn't.
So he existed before these things. So there was a point in which he existed before time, space, and matter.
He created
Gotcha.
them.
So before time, space, and matter, it was just God, right?
It was just God.
Yeah. Okay. So was there evil when it was just God?
Was there evil? I don't know, but I do know that God is good, and he is and his plan for earth is to bring heaven to earth, which is Mashiach, which is slowly, although the media and social media depicts it to be like the earth is like cruel and evil, if you look at it in the grand scheme of things, our evolution over like the past 5,000 years is just slowly getting more godly, more holy, more moral. Like just like 4,000 years ago, people were praising and idolizing, statues and things like that. At least nowadays, like more than half the world has a religion that believes in one God. There's not so many pagan beliefs. So in that sense, God is just slowly turning the world into a place that is godly enough for him to dwell.
Yeah,
with
that's fine.
us on earth.
But this is like super irrelevant. So your answer was you don't know, which is fine, but this doesn't actually get you out of the contradiction. So there's one of two possibilities, and the question, just as a reminder, is when God existed alone, was there evil? two possibilities. Either one, there was no evil, in which case this disproves what you said initially, that we can't have good without evil, unless, of course, you want to reject that God was good at this time. If you want to say that before God had created anything, God was not all good, then you could totally do that, but that would also lead to a contradiction. So you can either do that, or you can answer yes, that there was evil, in which case, if the only thing that exists is God, and there is evil that exists, then that means that God is not all good, because that there would necessarily be evil that existed within God. So when I ask you the question, was there evil when it was just God existing alone, what's your answer to that?
Um, I'm telling you right now, honestly, that I don't have an answer, but the live says that God is not real, but you're asking me if there was evil when God was alone. So you're kind of
Yes.
admitting that you believe in God.
No, because that's an internal critique. So we're presupposing that your worldview is true, and then we're finding contradictions within it. I don't believe this, but I'm just trying to demonstrate to you how the beliefs that you hold currently lead to a contradiction. And the way I'm doing that, you made the statement that there's evil in the world via earthquakes because we can't have good without
So
evil.
what makes
That leads me
earthquakes
to asking
evil?
you the
What
question, when
makes
God
earthquakes
existed
evil?
alone, was there evil? Saying I don't know doesn't get you out of this critique because of the reason I just explained. Either the answer is yes, that there was evil, in which case God is not all good, or no, there was not evil, in which case that disproves the claim that you can't have good without evil, unless you think that God was not all good at this time, in which case, of course, this would indicate that God is not all good, or at least he has not always been good, which means no matter what angle, no matter what approach you actually take to it, there's going to be a contradiction no matter what.
So what was before the Big Bang? What started the universe? What
Okay, so
started?
we're just pivoting away from the problem of evil.
But I
That's
mean, it
fine.
says God isn't real on your thing. So
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
come
but I
here
was
to
giving you an argument for why God isn't real, and
But
now
no,
you're
you're
pivoting away
you're
from it,
giving me an
which is
argument
fine,
for
to be
why God
clear. That's
isn't good.
fine, but it seems like you're just pivoting away from it.
No, but you're telling me God isn't good, which is
Yes.
admitting to me that you believe there's a God, you just don't believe he's good.
No. Wait, I'm admitting that there's a God, that he's just not real. Like you can, if you want to think about it as like
How
God
did
is like
all
a
this
fictional
start?
character. Like I think God is like a fictional character.
How did all this start? Like everything,
Okay, so
reality.
I would say that everything came from the singularity, which I would argue I would defend existed eternally.
So that's God.
No, because
God is
the
eternal.
singularity does not have a mind and is not all powerful, all loving, and all good. It's just like a collection of matter and particles that rapidly expanded, whereas your God is like all of these things.
So you think just these particles just came out of nowhere?
No, I think that they existed forever, eternally.
Okay, so anything that exists forever is literally God. I mean,
No, that's not the case though. So do you think that there's going to be a last time, like an end to time?
um, time is is weird, but is there gonna be an end to time? No, I think anything that is alive is eternal. So like we're souls within a human body. We're not I'm sorry, we're a human body within a soul. We're not a soul within a human body, and our souls are eternal. Maybe not our bodies, but our soul will always be eternal.
Gotcha. So am I God? Is my soul God?
You are a part of Hashem, a part of God.
Oh,
Yes,
okay, wait. So do you think that time is God?
it is a part of His creation. So yeah, it's part of God. Yes,
But I'm asking if I'm like fully God.
you're not fully God. You're not everything about Him. He created you. You're acquisition of Him or attribute of Him.
Gotcha. So, what I'm asking is specifically about like if I'm not fully God, then the statement that you made earlier that if something exists forever, then that's God. But I'm not God.
It's
I'm not
it's
fully
it's
God.
part of God. Yeah.
But you'd be holding that my soul exists forever. So that would imply that you think that my soul is God.
God created man in the image of Him and the
That's
likeness of
fine. So I think that this is just going to be like a verbal dispute, like we've just defined these terms differently. When I say God, I'm talking about an entity who has a mind, who is omnibenevolent, omnipotent, and omniscient. So I don't think the singularity is any of these four things.
I believe that He's way beyond our comprehension.
That's fine, but that doesn't really engage with the argument at all.
Okay, so I just don't understand because I came on here to talk about if you believe God is real, but we just kind of went to all these different things about if he's perfect or if he's not. Why don't you believe he's real?
Well, I already told you, and then you pivoted away from the argument. So I ran the problem of evil, that if God is all good, and he
But
controls
let's
the
say he
natural
is all
order,
evil. Let's say
if
he is all evil.
if
Who you're still admitting that he's exists.
no, it's an internal critique. So we're presupposing that all of your things are true, and then we're finding contradictions in them. So you could do this to like a Christian, for example. You could say, okay, let's presuppose that the Bible is true in addition to the Torah,
Okay.
and like all
So
the
you believe
rest of
that
the Old
life is
Testament.
life is meaningless if there's
I think
no
that life
purpose.
has no inherent meaning, but you can create
Okay,
your own.
so why are you alive then?
Why? In what sense are you asking
Why
why? Like what
why
was
do
like
you
through which
why do you
process did I
live?
come about, or like
No,
what do I live
why
for
do
on
you
a day-to-day
continue to
life?
live?
Or
Why do you continue to live if there's no purpose? I mean, that's like the most depressing like imagine living without like thinking that there's no purpose, you're not needed, you're just here for fun. So let me just F around here. So like why would you even like stay alive? That's why suicidal people kill themselves because they
wait,
believe
can we use like more TikTok friendly language? Like,
that's why
you can just say
that's
that
why
people who like want to
people who are
self-unalive do
those
it.
are why
Yeah.
people who don't feel good about themselves take their life because
Yeah.
they feel unneeded. They feel like life is on no purpose. They don't feel any need to be here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So there's like a couple of things here. So I actually get a lot of meaning out of life, whether it be the enjoyment that I get out of debates, or like my love for hanging out with friends, or if it's just like booling with the thruple. Like no matter what it is, I just have like a really good experience, and I think that it's actually very liberatory to take this approach of creating your own meaning. Whereas if I fell under your view, I would have to deny like fundamental aspects of myself, fundamental aspects of my queerness,
you
which
don't
would
have to
be
deny
living
anything.
a restricted life for something that is like foundationally not true. There's no reason I would do this, or no reason for me to like live this life or inhabit this existence, and deny fundamental parts of myself, which my reduces my being. Whereas like otherwise I don't necessarily have to do it. Like I could just live a life that I enjoy without having to like restrict myself to all these like silly arbitrary little rules.
I hear you. So you say that you have to deny parts of yourself if you decide to, I guess, listen to a religious God, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
But in Judaism, I know that Judaism, like the word of the Torah, isn't so well known, but we don't believe that you have to deny any part of you. Like you can accept that they're real. The part of you that is sexually inclined towards the same gender is not an arbitrary thing. Sexual immortality has been around for as long as humans have been around. We're attracted to anything pleasurable. You can't say that humans are not attracted to pleasure. If something feels good, the only reason that you would decide not to do it is if you were told from somebody else, or or somebody had told you that it was wrong. But if you close your eyes and you're a kid and somebody comes up behind you and tickles your back, it's going to feel good. But the second you open your eyes and realize it's a guy, you're like, okay, what's going on here? Just because you have a sexual drive that you can use towards any way does not mean that you have to deny it. So what God said is, if all sex is the same to you, if sex is the same to you, whether it's a person, a dog, a pig, then do it my way, please. Do it my way with just one gender, which is the opposite gender. So that's what sexual immortality is. You don't have to deny that you're naturally inclined to find things pleasurable, but you have to realize what is moral and what's immoral. You understand me?
Maybe. Yeah, so that's not I don't really want to do that is the problem. So in case unless you could like give me a key reason why any of this is true, then why would I want to like deny the fact that I'm like non-binary, for example, when I um like why would I not want to act on these urges? There's no reason why these things are
So
immoral.
God
Like
says
they make my life much better, and denying it would make my life much worse.
So
Uh,
basically, when I was talking about the purpose and no meaning to life, what I'm saying is that our purpose isn't here to self-serve. You know, we didn't get the choice.
Well, but you haven't proven this yet.
No, I'm not. I'm just letting you know. We're just talking right now.
Wait. But you can't just like let me know this thing that I don't agree. Like I'm not. This isn't true.
Listen.
And
just,
unless you could prove to me that your God exists, I'm not going to accept this conclusion.
So we didn't ask to be born. You know, we didn't have a choice at the beginning, yes or no, to be born. So we were put here against our will, essentially. So it's not like we were just put here to self-serve. Like that just wouldn't make sense. Why would we?
We're not put here for any reason. That's my point. That we create our own purpose in a fundamentally, foundationally meaningless world.
If something put us here,
I don't think something put us here.
So what do you think put us here? I mean, like obviously there's something before us that chose that we are here, and whatever is here before us that chose we are here is clearly a lot smarter, more intelligent than us, because it was able to create all that we know. This knows more than us because it created all that we know. You know, we didn't choose to be here. Wait,
but I don't think this thing has a mind, so it's like irrelevant. We're just like getting very far off the point.
It probably doesn't have
I've been like explaining this very clearly, and it seems like you're just not tracking. Unless you can prove to me that any of this is true, there's no reason for me to think that any of this is true.
Did you choose to be born?
I did not choose to be born.
Okay, so something else chose for you to be born.
Yeah, like my parents chose for me to be born.
No, but not you. I'm talking about your soul. Your parents didn't choose your soul.
I don't believe that I have a soul.
Okay, so you just think that you're a creature on here walking around to self-serve, to have sex with whoever you want, eat whatever food you want, abide to whatever rules and feelings that you want. So you're just a victim to your own emotions.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's like moral stuff, yeah, I think that's like totally cool. Like people should do whatever they want to make themselves happy, as long as it's like all moral. Yeah.
Okay, but where do you get your morals from?
Well, yeah, sure. I'll run that. I get my morals in large part from the way I was socialized, but the moral intuitions that I hold specifically come from philosophy, from logic. I logic through things based on my moral intuitions, and I have a very strong moral intuition towards things like bodily autonomy. Whereas, insofar as I'm not infringing on anybody else's bodily autonomy, that I should be allowed to engage with my body in whatever way I want to.
Okay, well, morals come from God.
Oh, okay. So do you have anything that's a little bit better than just like asserting your conclusion? I mean, I don't think God is real.
So basically, the Torah or the Bible or whatever, that was the beginning of morals.
Oh, okay. That's not the case though, because there's moral texts written long before that, like the Hammurabi Code.
Okay. Hashem and God gave the 7 Noahide laws to Noah.
Yeah, I know that's what your lore says. Okay, wait, I have a good question for you. So you think Noah's Ark actually happened?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you think incest is always wrong?
Incest is wrong today, yes.
But was it always? So who's the moral relativist now?
Well, Noah had an extended family that he brought with him on the ark.
Yeah.
And God told him specifically to be fruitful and multiply. So he was the only last moral, God-fearing person on earth.
Okay, but the question was just, is it ever moral to have like to do incest, to like reproduce and create new humans
God
via
says
incest?
you can. The creator of all living things in the universe.
So you think it's actually not? So it's going to be relative fundamentally to God's morality.
God's word.
So it's relative to God's morality. So your morality is subjective.
My morality is up to the higher power.
Yeah, gotcha. So if God told you to like unalive, if God told you it was okay to own slaves, would you own slaves?
If God says it.
Okay, so you think that it was morally permissible when in Leviticus God says that it's totally cool to own slaves?
I don't know exactly where it said that. You know,
yeah, Leviticus 25:44 through 46.
Is that the Bible?
That's the Torah. That's Leviticus.
Yeah, I didn't read that, so I have no idea.
I'll read it to you.
I don't have the whole Torah memorized.
No, that's chill. I can read it to you.
Okay. I mean, and also just a quick
Your
point.
male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. This is coming directly from Moses, who got it directly from God.
So you're asking me if slavery is what?
Do you think slavery is like morally permissible?
Um, Nowadays, no.
So your morals are relative.
I just think that it's based on what God says, and I would have to look more into what you just said about the slavery.
Do you
So
think it was good? So if God does something, is it good?
I don't look at it as good or bad. I think if something is in control of us, in control of everything around us, whatever they do, whatever they want, we have essentially no choice. We're going along with it, you know?
Gotcha. So if God told you to like molest a child, would you do it?
I don't think God would ever say that.
But if he did,
I don't think he would say that.
but if he did,
I mean, we could play hypotheticals all day, but
well, I
like
think you know what the answer is, and I just want to know what the answer is.
I would plead with God and ask him not to let me do it.
Okay. So if God commanded you to like unalive, do you believe in like the Isaac story?
Yeah.
Okay. So if God asked you to like unalive your own child, would you do it?
Um, God tests us. So honestly, I would have faith that he would not let me do it, but you know, I'd do exactly what Abraham did, put the knife to the throat and then really hope that God would stop me last second. And if he doesn't, then shit, you know, the kid's gone.
Okay. Well, that to me is like just an absurdity. But do you have anything else? Otherwise, I'm probably going to move on to the next guest.
Last thing is our lives have meaning and purpose. And so let's live
Yeah, I know we do. I just created it for myself rather than being given it
Yeah.
by like a book that's like 2,000 years old.
Oh, actually, last thing I wanted to say was, I know it sounds like a Christian thing, but God does love everyone and everything,
I know that that's like a Jewish thing too. You're chilling.
and there's nothing in the eyes of God that He can't forgive you for. So never feel shameful or guilty for trying to become a better person because you feel like someone or somebody or maybe just yourself is holding you back. Never let that happen because God loves you eternally, and He'll always allow you to exist eternally. So
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on up here. Hey, if you're enjoying the debates, make sure you drop a follow. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. And double tap that screen all the way up to 90K. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. And if you want to join the community, the link to the Discord is in my bio. You need to access it by copying it and pasting it directly into the Discord app. I would love to see you there. And with that, we will go to the very next guest. But keep on double tapping on that screen. Let's get this in front of as many people as we can. What's up, Michael? How's it going?
What's up, man? How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. And what religion do you believe in?
I'm a Christian. I believe in
Okay.
Jesus and God.
So what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God?
I just think that the universe works in a way that shows that that it has a creator. I think everything's too perfect to
Okay.
just be here, and I don't think we just got here.
Yeah, sure. So do you think that like the sun giving us skin cancer is perfect?
I mean, no, that's probably not good. But
Yeah, so then it seems
that's
like the
just
universe
life.
actually isn't perfect.
Yeah, I mean, there's bad things, but I think that's necessary.
Oh, so you think it's necessary for the sun to give us skin cancer? You can't imagine a world where the sun doesn't give us skin cancer.
No, I mean, I see what you're saying. Like, bad things happen, yeah, all the time. But imagine a perfect world, then what do we have to learn? What is there to even do?
So, I mean, we could have like just like a couple of things could be different that like I can understand why humans might be evil to excuse me. I can imagine why humans might be evil to other humans. What I don't understand is why nature would ever be evil to us. I don't know why we would ever be unalived
Yeah,
by a sun which gives us skin cancer that was designed by God. I don't know why
I
we would ever be
understand that.
unalived by like earthquakes that were designed by God.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like maybe it's teaching us a lesson, you know?
Do you think the
Maybe,
person who's unalived by skin cancer was taught a lesson?
I don't know, I'm not in their shoes.
Do you think they learned something when they're no longer alive?
No, because they're dead.
Yeah. So it seems like in many cases it probably doesn't teach them a lesson.
But maybe it taught somebody else a lesson.
Oh, so then could God teach this lesson to the different person without requiring the unaliving of like an innocent person?
I don't know, I'm not God.
Oh, so there's like two options. Unfortunately, I don't know. Actually, doesn't get you out of this contradiction. So, either God could not have taught this lesson any other way, in which case God is not all powerful, or God could teach this lesson a different way, in which case God made the intentional choice to unalive an innocent person.
I think God is all knowing, and I think things may seem confusing, but I know that his plan is good for all of us, and I think things happen for a reason.
Okay, so it seems like you're going with the answer that yes, God could have taught this lesson a different way, but he's not going to because there's like some unique value about taking the life of an innocent person who has done literally nothing wrong, or at least nothing to deserve being unalived by skin cancer. That's for sure.
I mean, I think we all sin. I don't think anyone's innocent.
That's fine, but do you think that like being
But yeah, no one
unalived is a
deserves that.
reasonable
I
penalty for
understand what you're
sin?
saying, and it sucks, but like that's just life. What are we gonna do about it?
Well, I mean that
Maybe
we would
someone can
conclude
create
if you want to, you can't appeal to that's just life because God is the orchestrator of all of this.
yeah,
So
he is.
so if God knows everything, do you think that there's like the perfect amount of evil in this world that there's like no more and no less, like this is like the exact ideal perfect amount of evil that God wants in the world?
Uh, I mean, that's a good question. I don't know.
Okay, well, it seems like it would follow because if God is controlling everything such that he would consider like unaliving an innocent person with skin cancer to be a good thing, then it sounds like the world is like so finely controlled that the amount of evil that exists right now in the world is like just the perfect amount of evil.
Once again, I think everything happens for a reason. I think everything is exactly how it's supposed to be.
So do you think that we have the perfect amount of evil in the world? If you think everything is exactly how it's supposed to be, do you think that we have a perfect amount of evil in the world?
I wish that we could have less evil, but that's not a reality.
So it seems like then we've hit a contradiction because you think that everything happens for a reason, but also you wish that we had less evil in the world. But all the evil that's happening in the world, in your view, is happening for a reason.
I think that humans are the cause of evil. I don't think God.
So that doesn't make sense though, because we know from like paleontological records, whatever, the people who study dinosaurs. From these records, we know that there's like dinosaurs who had cancer because we can see the cancer cells in their bones that have been like fossilized. So humans can't be the cause of that because dinosaurs existed before humans. Additionally, earthquakes existed before humans. We know that earthquakes are what split like Pangea apart, for example. Which means that if earthquakes existed before humans, humans can't be the cause of earthquakes either.
Did you ever think that maybe like that's just like how it's supposed to happen? Like,
I'm not sure how that engages with the argument.
I'm not sure what you're trying to argue.
Yeah, just that. So your defense for why people get cancer is because like like that
Well, I
all
didn't
evil.
say anything about cancer.
Well, you said that all evil is caused by humans.
Yeah, human sin. I mean,
Yeah.
there's
So
diseases that we can contract that we didn't want to contract, but what like it's just life, you know?
okay. So you think that the evil comes from humans, but these evils, things like cancer, existed before humans. So these evils can't come from humans if they existed before humans.
I think something like cancer is a hard topic to talk about because it's like, I mean, I want to think that Satan is the one that gives people cancer.
That's fine. It's like a hard topic to talk about because there's like no real explanation for it. So why would God give people or actually that actually also doesn't work with the the paleontology record, because was Satan giving the dinosaurs cancer too?
Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Maybe
Okay.
it's always been here and Satan uses it as a tool to cause.
Why would God create cancer?
I don't think, I mean, I don't know. I don't
Okay.
think God would. I don't think God is sitting up there and just giving people cancer. I don't think that's.
Yeah, but you said that he made it and then Satan like utilizes cancer. So it sounds like God made cancer. When God made cancer, did he know that Satan was going to use it?
I don't know.
Does God know all things?
I think God is all knowing, and I think he works in ways that sometimes we can't comprehend.
Okay, so if God is all knowing, then he knew that Satan was going to use it to give people cancer. So it seems like God is morally responsible, at least in part, for the fact that some people have cancer.
I mean, I guess, but in the end, I think we'll all be okay.
Okay.
So I think this world it's not, it's not eternal for us. And I think when we all die, we meet God and then we understand.
That's fine, but it just seems like I mean, it seems like there's just been so many I don't knows that I should probably move on to like a different guest, somebody who might have like some better answers to this.
That's
But
fair.
yeah,
That's
I
fair.
appreciate you coming
But
on
I
up
do want
here.
to say something.
Oh, sorry about that. Well, nothing I can do now. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a like, comment, and a follow. Let's get all the way up to 100K likes. If you want to support the stream, which allows me to stream longer every single day, you should. The Cash App and the Venmo are in my bio, both of them. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian, while the Venmo is allegedly Dash Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. And with that, we will go to the very next guest. Make sure if you're in those guest request box, you are 18 or older. Wait, there's a
Hey, good evening.
yeah, there's just like a bad echo. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry if the echo's too bad. I'm probably gonna drop. It's like throwing me through for a loop. Damn, that one didn't join either. SMH. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Oh, it's you again. The echo is still here. Can't bring you on. Yeah, fix your echo. Get like headphones or something. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Aura? You there? Okay. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older, that you believe in a God, which is like the Christian God, the Jewish God, or the Islamic God. If you do not believe in one of these three gods, I will not debate with you. I just do not care. All right, let's try to get someone on in here. We'll see. We will see about that. All right, we'll keep on adding people up. We'll see. It's not going too well so far. So far, not so good. But keep on double tapping on that. You can leave as many likes as you want. So let's get it all the way up. Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, boss?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 41.
Yeah, and what religion do you believe in?
Christianity, I guess.
Okay, perfect. So do you have an argument for why Christianity is true?
I would say I wouldn't say I would have an argument to say why it's true. I would say that it is the most logical.
Okay, so let's investigate that. So do you think that God knows all things?
No.
You don't think God? So what are the things that God doesn't know?
Like I mean, he has angels. Like he gets information more quickly than we do, and he has angels to retrieve information, and he can observe all things, but things do change, right?
Oh,
So
so
he's
in
maximally knowledgeable.
okay, so there's I'll pull the verse up. Gosh, should have had it up already. That's my bad. There's a verse that says explicitly, I think it's in John, that God knows all things. So do you think that this John verse is wrong?
And like, I mean, I believe he knows his creation, but I don't.
No, it says
Like, I
the
mean,
word for word, God knows all things.
you mean like, is it in the Gospel of John or in John, one of the
Let me find it for
epistles?
you. Boop, 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 boop,
Because I don't think it says that he knows all things word for word.
It is
I think it's
First
more nuanced than
John.
that.
It's First John 3:19 through 20. It says he knows everything. So by this shall know that we are of the truth and reassure our heart before him. For whenever our heart condemns us, God is greater than our heart and he knows everything. So would you agree that God knows all things?
Like, mm, mm,
I'm sorry, I'll do
I
an easier
still
one.
wouldn't.
Do you think God has the power to do anything?
He has anything to do that doesn't contradict his nature.
Okay, that's fine. So God can do anything. Gotcha. Does God have the power to prevent earthquakes if he wanted to?
Yes.
Okay, so if God is all good, why would he not stop earthquakes?
Earthquakes are a consequence of sin, so
Okay, but that's
it would
historically untrue.
negate his divine justice if he
Okay.
negated earthquakes.
Yeah, but so there's two things. First of all, it's not just at all in any way, shape, or form to engage in collective punishment, to collectively punish people for sin that happened that they were not a part of. It's not just to unalive a newborn with an earthquake for something that happened in your worldview like thousands of years ago. The second problem is going to be just the historical record that earthquakes existed a long time before humans existed. Earthquakes existed basically as long as tectonic plates existed. Our mountains only exist because of tectonic plates. These tectonic plates also caused earthquakes.
Okay. I would disagree with you when you say my worldview, because like Genesis is not explicit as to how long Adam and Eve were in the garden, right? So we don't know how long they stayed in the garden before they actually entered the world.
It's
But we
that's
do
like the
know
least relevant point of everything that I said.
what I'm saying is like their actions. Like, do you believe that all consequences are punishment?
I think that punishment should be dealt out to the person who actually did the wrongdoing.
No. I'm saying, do you believe that all punishments are all consequences are punishment?
All consequences are punishment. No.
Okay, so can you have an adverse consequence without it being a punishment?
An adverse consequence without it being a punishment. I think that it would come down to intentionality. So, like if I didn't get gas in the morning, or like I forgot to get gas, and because I forgot to get gas, I'm now going to be late for work because I wasn't responsible. This would be an adverse consequence, but I don't think I'd consider it a punishment. So it's going to come down to intentionality. If someone intentionally selects the adverse consequence for my actions, then I would probably consider that to be a punishment.
Exactly. So, and this is where I have to get into the punishment thing with because I'm gonna have to go back to Genesis with this. Adam's action caused consequences, but the only punishment he got was that he had to work, and Eve's pain was increased in childbirth, right? But their actions affected the whole earth, right?
But
They
who
had
set up the
consequences
system?
outside of that.
Who decided on earthquakes specifically? That earthquakes would be the adverse consequence for sin.
But it's not a consequence for
Or
sin.
wait, no, but they are, because you're saying that like these are the consequences. You said that it came from sin, so it's the consequence of
I'm
sin.
saying it's an action. Like an action had adverse consequences outside of the punishment. Like if I burn my hand, the initial burn is like, let's say someone burned my hand.
You said that earthquakes come from sin, so they're the consequence of sin.
Yeah, I'm saying they're the consequences of an action. Yes.
They're the consequence of sin, right?
Yeah.
So who chose
But it's not
that
part
to
of
be
the
the
punishment.
consequence of sin?
Who chose it? God
Yeah.
did.
Oh, so then this would actually fit under my definition of punishment.
But like
An adverse
Let me
consequence
see.
selected by an actor. That's a punishment.
But he didn't select it for that. Like it's
You
just one
literally
of the
said, you
many
just said that he
consequences.
selected it. That God chose that consequence.
I'm saying-
These were your words.
But I'm saying he didn't intentionally choose it. Like Adam's action caused chaos in the universe, is what I'm saying.
So you think that it's possible for God to do something unintentionally?
No, I'm not saying it was unintentional. I'm
You
saying
just did.
God warned it. No. Okay, let me break down the way I see it, right? God warned Adam and Eve, which is why he made the punishment for sin so severe, right? He says, if you do this, you're going to die, because sin had all these consequences attached to it. It's going to separate me from you so that calamity exists and you're going to notice it. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, honestly, not really. So you're saying that but God selected these calamities, right? Like he designed these. He designed the tectonic plates, like knowing that this is how that they would function.
What if the tectonic plates came as a part of the action? Like let's say,
Did God know that tectonic plates were going to result?
going to be the result?
Like who selected tectonic plates as the thing?
What you're saying is, did God create everything? Yes.
Did God select earthquakes? Was God the one who chose earthquakes?
When you say chose, that implies time.
What?
When you say chose, that implies that there was a time when it wasn't like this to be done, right?
Do you think God doesn't make choices?
I believe God is ever present, so like any choice he makes is now, like, so it's not.
But do you think God makes choices?
Not in the way that I would look at it as a human.
That means nothing to me. Also, if God exists outside of time, I'm confused about how you think that God exists outside of time, but you're not sure if God knows everything.
No, I'm saying he observes everything, but things can change, right?
But if he exists outside of time, like, I mean, change requires time.
Does observation require time?
Like a change in observation, to go from observing one thing to a different thing probably requires time.
Okay, so but that would put that in the natural, right? Is what I'm like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, what you're getting at is that there's like a contradiction in your worldview, which is true. There is, yeah.
No, because like this is the thing about that. Like you don't believe in anything spiritual, right?
I don't.
So I can't look at it from your point of view. You don't believe in spiritual.
No, it's an internal critique.
Or
we're
metaphysical, right?
We're talking about your point of view.
But that's not my point of view. Is what you're saying. What I'm saying is there are logical contradictions.
Yes. I'm not sure. How is it possible that God exists outside of time but doesn't know doesn't know everything?
How are you saying? How does he observe everything?
Well, so how is it possible that he
knowing?
observes everything but doesn't know everything in your worldview?
I get what you're saying. How does he observe everything but not know everything, right? Because he's
Yeah.
ever present, right?
Yeah.
So because he has a divine will and a permissive will, and we have our personal will, right? So our personal will can't affect his divine will, but it can affect his permissive will. So we can change things. I since I'm made in his image, I can make choices to change things, right?
Does God already know that we're going to make the choice because he already exists at that point in future?
Does he already know we're going to make that choice?
Yeah,
I
because
would
if God
say,
exists outside of time, then he already like sees us making that choice, so he would already know that we're going to make that choice. So it seems like God just knows everything.
but then, like, I would say, why does he have angels to collect information for him?
That's that's a great contradiction. Yeah. Wait, is that a Bible verse? I'll like write that down and run that as a contradiction on people.
Yes, it's
So the
like
person
when he
saying
went
my
to
jawline
sent
is
the
like
angels
really
down to see
weird.
Sodom and Gomorrah, right? When he sent the angels down to see what was happening in Sodom and Gomorrah, and he asked him, if 100 people are righteous, would you do it? He said, if 100 people are righteous, I ain't gonna destroy it. He said, okay, what about 50? He said, 50 people ain't gonna do it. You know what I mean? So he had to have angels go down there to look and see if there were that many righteous people there.
Oh, cool. Yeah, wait, that's perfect. That is a contradiction. Yeah, exactly. So if God observes everything, then why does he need to ask angels to go do something for him?
If he observes everything, why does he need to ask angels to go view it?
Yeah. Yep.
To see if it's part of his divine will or his permissive will.
But if God's already observing, then what's the point?
Like I don't know what the point is. Like, I mean, he just asked him to do it.
Yeah, but he already knew what they were doing, so like asking them to do it is like kind of irrelevant. He's like just wasting their time, it sounds.
But like time is but time doesn't apply to God, so he wouldn't.
Well, I'm like, this is like time. When I say wasting their time, that's like in like a metaphorical sense. Like
No, I
time
get you.
isn't
It's a
like a
figure of
physical
speech.
quantity. So he's if you don't like the phrase like wasting their time, we can say so God was sending them on pointless tasks.
He was sending them on pointless tasks. Yeah,
Well,
because he
I
gave
mean,
them that
like, there's
purpose.
the absurdity.
But he gave them that purpose.
You think a perfect God sends people on pointless tasks?
No, because it's their purpose. That's the purpose he created them for.
It was their purpose to go on this pointless task.
No, it's their purpose to go because because God knows everything. We don't know everything, so sometimes it may have been
God does
for
know
them to
everything.
see.
So God does know everything.
Oh,
So if God knows everything, then that puts you in an even worse spot. If God knows exactly what's going on, why is he sending angels down to check out what's going on?
but their purpose. That's what I'm saying. He observed it.
But what's their purpose? To do fuck nothing? Like
to whatever he designed it for is what I'm saying.
To do like a pointless task?
Do the angels know everything? Or have the angels observed
Can God just like fucking tell them like, hey, by the way, here's what's going on?
No. Why would he do that if he gave them a purpose to do stuff? Like if I tell my kids,
there's no point to the thing that they're doing.
But okay, Ian, but listen to me, right? If I tell my kids to go take out trash, I can go take out trash. What's the point of me telling them to go take out trash if I can do it?
Yeah,
Huh?
so one, you get to do other things with your time, which is not true for God, and two, it like builds good discipline.
Exactly. That's my point.
So you think that God was just like
discipline.
disciplining his angels?
Yes.
So God was sending them to go check
Not
out
just
what was going
no 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 no
on
no 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 no.
to
Let's
discipline his angels.
no, let's divide that. When you say discipline, like I mean build discipline. Like, have you seen the movie Holes? When they
No.
say it builds character, you haven't seen the movie Holes with what's the name, Shab Blunt? The dude went crazy and did all that stuff. Okay, he says when they digging holes to find something, and they say, why do we digging these holes when we ain't finding nothing? Because it builds character, right? So
Sure. So
that's what I
God was
mean
just
when I
trying to like
say
build character in the angels.
build character in angels and us, everything, yes, in His creation.
Gotcha. So he sent down the angels to observe what we were doing, despite the fact that he already knew what we were doing, to build character. Didn't people
Yes,
try to like literally like schmolest the angels, or am I like thinking of something else?
yes, they did.
So God was trying to like build their character via them getting like schmolested?
No, to let them see how His judgment is just. So not so God can understand, so they can see that He is just in what His action.
Did he know that they were gonna get like schmolested?
They didn't get molested. They killed all those people, or they well not. No, forgive me. They blinded all those people. They were more powerful than those people, so they stopped them from doing that.
That's cool. And this made this like helped the angels grow in character?
I would say yes. No, it just made them understand that God is just in what He does. It gave them an understanding of what
Why does God need to justify his actions to the angels?
He doesn't. But why
Was
you
he was
if
he
you
was
had
just like
children,
showing
you
off?
would
He was like
explain. But if
is
you
he,
had children, oh dang it, my phone went dead, man. My bad.
you're
We'll have
good.
to get back to this later. My bad.
Okay. All right, your phone's dead. I got it. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'll move on to the next guest because your phone is dead. Yeah. Yeah, that dude's phone died, and we know that his phone died because he told us that his phone died. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop a follow as well if you're enjoying the debate so far. So you never miss a single debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. So if you both are in my bio, and if you want to support me, I'd really appreciate it. The supporting the stream allows me to go live for longer. It's also more effective because unlike a certain app which takes 50% of all the gifts, I get 100% of everything that's gifted on this one. So with that, we'll go to the very next guest, but make sure you're double tapping on that screen. And if you're in those guest request box, if you're in that guest request box, only request to join if you disagree. Katie, thanks so much for the $5 on Cash App. W Katie in the comment section. I really appreciate that, Katie. Yeehaw. Thanks so much for the cowboy hat. I appreciate that.
Yeehaw, partner.
Yeehaw. How's it going? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you, man?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 29.
29. And what religion are you?
I'm a newly found Christian. I was Christian growing up, and then I would have considered myself atheist for a long time, but I recently got back into Christianity. Just with what I've been experiencing throughout life has kind of led me back to seeing how powerful God really is. And I think the premise, especially as a person who, didn't really believe in God for a long time, the whole idea is, a lot of people kind of see God as like a person rather than kind of viewing God as like this entity that kind of put us all into creation and kind of put us all here to begin with. So I don't know. I'm just a firm believer that, we're all put here for a reason. And what were the odds that we would exist in this crazy, vast, almost infinite universe? What are the odds of that if there wasn't a God or some type of weird...
That's a really good question. So
Yeah.
is it physically possible for life to exist?
Yeah, absolutely. We're
Okay,
proof.
cool. So if we live in this like vast universe and it's physically possible but unlikely for life to exist on any given planet, then that means that this is actually exactly what we would expect. We would expect like a universe that's mostly empty because the formation of life is unlikely. And then there would be pockets, or in our case, as far as we know, just this pocket of life. But I would probably believe that there's like life elsewhere as well. That it's just very far away because of the rarity of life forming. So I actually think that this is like this universe is quite literally exactly what we would expect to see under an atheist worldview.
Well, I mean, even if there are, life forms on other planets, I mean, who's to say that's not also a creation of God?
That's fine, but what?
I
So
think
why would
all,
I?
oh, I'm
Why would
sorry.
I think that this is a creation of God rather than just a like a natural phenomena?
I think just because it's so special to have this like sentient consciousness, that I would say you can't really find it anywhere that we have been able to find anyways. Every time we look at these other planets, find gas planets, rocky planets, but we don't see any forms of life, which to me just seems insane considering that we exist. So that should be like the living proof that, obviously there is life on other planets, but I don't think that takes away from the fact that, even if we're necessarily created in quote unquote God's image, that, you know, life wouldn't exist in other places.
Yeah, and that's like totally fine. Like life could exist in other places, and I actually believe that it probably does exist in other places. The problem is there's no reason why I would add this entity to my metaphysics when I can much rather and much easily, like much more easily explain this as like just a thing that happens in nature. That this is like life is a very good output for entropy. It's like a very good formation to be in like certain cases, and that molecules are going to be drawn to this formation specifically. Um, I actually think that this is like quite literally exactly what we would expect, and to try to explain it, to try to like put it and credit it to a god specifically, to me seems like very irrational. Because in the same way that let's say that you had 10 bad Mondays in a row, and your friend comes up to you and says, well, that's just because of the bad Monday fairy, who is real and who gives people bad Mondays. You must be cursed and you're getting bad Mondays because of the bad Monday fairy. Um, you can accept this like supernatural explanation, but if you have a natural explanation, there's really no reason to do so.
But I feel like even claiming like it's a magical fairy is almost like saying like that's your natural explanation for it. But the thing is, it's very unnatural. Like I said, with the evidence that's shown, we can't seem to find life on any other planets. There's no evidence of that yet, but we can be firm believers that it could possibly exist. But that's what I'm kind of, like my initial statement about referring to God as almost like he's like an actual person. I don't really necessarily believe that. I just believe that God is the creator of everything that we experience throughout the universe.
So do you think it's possible that God comes from like natural properties or like natural processes? Or no,
I
wait, I'm
think
sorry. Do
God,
you think it's
he's
possible
the
that life?
natural.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I said, is it possible that God comes from natural processes? Is it possible that life comes from natural processes?
Um, I would say yes, but I would also consider everything else to come from natural processes as well. So
Oh,
like
cool. So
the earth, just the dirt, the rocks, lava, whatever you could think of, all of this, I believe, is natural processes. But I would attribute that to something that created all of this because what are the odds that any of this would exist in a vast and infinite universe? There has to be something that put this all into motion. And my best, reasoning for that would be God, or I mean, some other people would call it the universe or whatever you want to call it, but
well, wait,
something
but so okay,
something
we
created
need
all
to get this distinction
this.
like very clearly like distinguished. So, I believe that the universe exists. I'm not going to call the universe God though. So I think that we exist via natural processes, and that the only thing that exists are natural processes. I'm not sure what phenomena I need to appeal to a supernatural process to explain, or like a supernatural process to explain it all in the first place. I can just explain everything via natural processes, and it just becomes basic counting at that point. So I believe in natural entities, natural properties, natural causes. You believe in natural entities, natural properties, natural causes, supernatural entities, supernatural properties, and supernatural causes. So my three things are always just going to be more simpler than your six things, and they all explain at the exact same level. It's just Occam's razor. All else equal, we should prefer the simpler explanation, and my explanation is like it just posits like half as many entities as yours does.
I mean, I wish that was the case, but like I said, if we don't have proof that there is life on other planets, then it can't be that basic. It really
Wait,
can't.
wait, so what's your critique of that, like that thought? Do you reject Occam's razor?
I wish I knew what that was, but I don't know
So
if that is.
it's just saying that all else equal, we should prefer the simpler explanation.
I mean, that would be nice. Ignorance is bliss, but I think to have a more complex, thoughtful, in-depth analysis of things and maybe having your brain think a little bit more about these types of situations would just help expand upon the ideas a little bit more. I mean,
That's like
what
not
the
what
human
Occam's
race has just
razor
been.
is. So that's not the type of like simplicity that we should just like like throw everything into like a black box and like fucking not think about it. Just that we should be preferring the explanation that like posits like fewer kinds of things. That if we could explain everything with like one phenomena, why would we appeal to two phenomena to explain all of it? Unless there's like a specific case where we actually do need to appeal to two phenomena, in which case we start adding phenomena to the level that we're trying to explain. So unless you can give me something that I can't explain under naturalism, then there's no reason to prefer supernaturalism over naturalism.
Well, I think the proof is that we're the only ones that we can find living proof that exists so far. I mean, unless you could prove to
No,
me
but
right
you've
now
already
that there's
conceded
other
this
life in the
debate because you
universe.
agreed earlier that it's possible that life forms via natural processes, which means that insofar as life comes from natural processes, not supernatural, or that it can come from natural processes, not supernatural processes, this means that like the existence of life actually is in no way, shape, or form evidence for your worldview, and it's actually evidence for my worldview. I'd like you're gonna say that it came from God or whatever, and I'm gonna say that it came from like natural processes, and my explanation is like just simpler than yours. But I actually think that we need to return to the Bad Monday fairy to explain like Occam's razor a little bit better. So I have two explanations for you. Um, you have 10 bad Mondays in a row. I'll actually give you like just the one explanation. So if you have 10 bad Mondays in a row, would it be reasonable to accept that like these 10 bad Mondays came from the Bad Monday fairy?
No, no,
Why
you just
not?
gotta. Well, because that just happens.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I can say in the same way that like bad Mondays can happen via like natural things, even though it's unlikely that you have 10 bad Mondays in a row, bad Mondays happen via natural things. Even though it's unlikely that life exists, life can come from natural processes. So you're just going to be preferring the natural explanation rather than the supernatural explanation in the same way that in we bring it back to the religion debate, I'm just going to be preferring the natural explanation for where life came about as opposed to the supernatural explanation for where life came about.
I think we can agree to disagree then on that because I think it's the same thing. There's no reason to not believe that it could be some supernatural thing that created all of existence, rather than believing that it just exists to exist. I mean, proof in the expansion of our universe has shown that it came from somewhere. It came from one central location and it
Yep.
expanded. So I mean,
Agreed.
it
Yeah.
came. Yeah,
I
it
just don't
just came
think that
from
that thing is
somewhere.
God. I think it's like the singularity.
You just think it's this thing? Do you think that's from like a black hole, like a wormhole that might have like created everything? Like it might have shot it out of singularity, like a white. I think they call them like a white hole, where it's
I
like the
think white holes are purely sci-fi, or at least they're just a theory. Whereas black holes are like a confirmed thing that actually exists. So I don't know.
So
I'm
then,
I'm not
would
super
you be
well
a
read up on
proponent
that.
of like multi-universe theory, where there's multiple Big Bangs that have happened infinitely across time and space,
Do I believe in?
like multi-universe
No.
theory?
Well, I mean, I don't. I know that there's like some intelligent people who do hold to that theory. Um, I think I just don't know enough about it. I don't know enough about that like interpretation of quantum physics.
Well, just the idea is that, if we have the singularity that created everything, that you would at least assume that if that is the quote unquote natural way that things are made, or that's how things happen, wouldn't that mean that we have other possible uniform or universes that have formed outside
No,
of our own?
so I think that the singularity, I'm willing to defend that the singularity just existed eternally.
But just eternal, like infinitely, like
Yeah,
forever.
yeah. So I would ask you, where do you think God came from?
Well, let me run it back real quick. There's no way it could have infinitely existed because we're able to track the movement and speed and the expansion of the universe and trace it back to a specific time, which is,
Yes,
as far as
exactly.
I
So
know,
so
4.5 billion years ago.
before the Big Bang there was the singularity, and before the singularity there was the singularity.
Wait, one more time. I'm so sorry, dude.
So before the
You're
Big
lagging
Bang there
there
was
for a
the
second.
singularity, and the singularity just existed forever.
So the singularity was just there prior to the Big Bang. It was
Yep.
just all
Yeah.
condensed matter into one spot.
Well, that's I mean, that's like my defense of it. The official answer is that we actually don't know what came before the Big Bang, but I'm willing to defend that it was like a singularity that existed eternally, just to have like a concrete theory that is like natural in nature.
What if we considered that singularity to be God?
So it's not God, because I think that God has a mind, is all loving, all powerful, and all knowing. I think the singularity has none of these four properties. Like, you can call it God if you want, but that's just not how I'm using it.
What if the singularity expanding into the Big Bang is a form of love, or the other proponents you just mentioned?
And what if it's not? I mean, in order to love, it would need to have a
Then we're just
mind, which is
confused.
just like like an inflation of the ontology of this thing, which to me is like unappealing. I think that like just a singularity that existed forever and was disposed to rapidly expanding at exactly this moment in time, that's just much more preferable than like a singularity who also loves us and need us, like who like all the same things, except like the singularity loves us and needs us to love it.
I just don't believe that like love is being used in the right context, because the thing is, God shows charitable love by creating us and creating all things and for us to experience life. And I don't know. I just believe it's a different kind of love. I feel like a lot of people have this assumption that, like I was saying earlier, God is like a person. And when we think of like a person, love is a lot different than what we would consider some immortal, never-ending, infinite being that exists. I think it's just a different idea, a different concept.
Oh, that's fine, but this is like an extremely unappealing explanation to me, and insofar as that like it's just like an extremely like unsimple, radically unsimple explanation. I don't know why I would prefer the unsimple explanation when the simple explanation explains everything just as well and in many cases better.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, unless you have anything else for me, I'm probably gonna hit a reset on the stream. The algorithm's getting slow, but
No worries. Appreciate your
yeah,
time,
I
dude.
appreciate you coming back up here. Hey, what's up? I'm gonna hit a reset. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. That's all I need. Um, and we'll come back and be back and better than ever. So make sure you drop a follow so you can know exactly when I'm live and like just a little up to. We're gonna get 100K likes on this. Easily, but let's see it happen. Let's make it happen even. So if you're just joining us, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. If you want to request to join, there are I think there's like 3 stipulations. Don't be driving, be 18 or older, and make sure you defend the Abrahamic God, that is the God of the Bible, the God of the Quran, and the God of the Torah. Thanks so much for the heart, me. I appreciate it. L triple heart. Thanks so much. And with that, we'll go to the first. Hey, what's up? How's
Hello.
it going?
Pretty good, and you?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 27.
Okay. And what religion are you?
I am a Christian.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God?
Jesus was a real person.
Okay, I agree Jesus was a real person. Why does that mean that God is real? If you're off the app, I can't hear you, by the way.
Excuse me. I had to end the phone call. Say it again.
Okay, wait. So why is Jesus being a real person? Why does that mean that God is real?
Because Jesus was the Son of God and is God.
Okay. So you're saying that God is real because Jesus
Man,
is God, which like of course is true because God is real.
hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
My connection's bougie. I apologize.
It's bougie? Seems to be the
It's
opposite.
bad.
Oh, yeah,
It's good?
okay. No, well, I mean, bougie means good, I thought, or like rich.
No, okay. My bad. It should be
No,
good
you're
now.
chilling.
All right. So what did you say?
Oh, yeah, so wait, okay, well, if you're back, so the argument, so let me just make sure I'm summarizing your argument. So you're saying that
Mm,
God is real because Jesus is God, which presupposes, of course, that God is real.
mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So, I mean, like, what evidence do you have that, like, Jesus is God?
Just the miracles he performed and the
Okay.
eyewitnesses.
And what's your evidence for those?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay. And how do you know that those are true? Do you have like a source that says that the miracles that happened other than the Bible itself?
I would have to go and research and look at how do I say, like actual historical evidence, and I don't have that on me at the moment.
That's fine.
But my
I've
own,
looked into
my
the historical evidence, and it doesn't get very good. Like there isn't very compelling historical evidence that Jesus is God, or that
understood,
that the
understood,
miracles actually happened. So there's like literally no other
understood.
source other than the Bible itself that says that Jesus did miracles.
Okay. Um, my my next my next argument would be, you said if God is all good, why is there earthquakes?
Yeah, yeah. So that's just like the classic problem of evil. This is like a reason why God is
Yeah.
not real. So, um, first, I do want to point out that this is like just a concession, that it seems like you have no affirmative
Yeah.
arguments for why God isn't real, or why God is real, which is fine. We can move to the arguments for why God isn't real. If God's all good, he controls the natural order of things. He has the ability to stop earthquakes. Why would he allow earthquakes to continue or even like cause them himself?
The unfortunate answer would be to test one's faith.
So, is there a way to test one's faith that doesn't require unaliving 60,000 people every single year?
That's a that's a wonderful question, and I would love to find an answer to that, but I can't
Okay.
give you an answer to that at the moment.
So there's
My,
unfortunately, I don't know, doesn't actually get you out of this argument because there's two
okay,
scenarios.
okay.
Either God can use a different method, in which case God has chosen this method specifically, and you need to
Yep.
justify the unaliving of these 60,000 people, that the unaliving of these 60,000 people is a good thing in and of itself. Or you need
Ooh,
to
okay.
admit that God is not all powerful because he does not have the power to do this in any other way.
Well, this is going to sound pretty messed up to say, but the unliving of 60,000 people could be a good thing in different points of view or different perspectives. I know, it sounds pretty messed up. I agree. But I'm trying to keep my head open-minded at the moment. It's pretty messed up. I'm with you. I'm 100% with you.
So,
Um,
which point of views would those be?
if you look at what Hitler did, it was pretty freaking messed up. But
Yeah,
if I ask, let's say, other people that don't like Jews, they're probably going to say, "Yeah, we love Hitler for doing all those horrible things to the
gotcha. So,
Jews."
so from
So,
the so your argument is just that like the unaliving of these 60,000 people with earthquakes every year actually is a good thing, because like from the Nazis' perspective, the unaliving of Jewish people
yeah,
is a good thing.
yeah. But I'm not defending that. I'm just like trying to like point out different points of views versus just mine. Does that make sense?
Uh, I don't think that this is gonna help you at all, even a little bit. Not gonna lie.
It's all good, man.
I think you're essentially like comparing like God to Hitler. Or you're using like
No, I'm
Hitler as like an
compa-
analogy. Sorry, I know Charsky's watching.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You
Okay,
can
well,
say
I mean, do you
less
have
humans.
anything
You
else, or
can
should
say
I?
um. No, that's really about it. Unless you have anything else.
Okay, well, no, I appreciate you coming on up here.
Have a blessed.
No, you. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 5K likes. We can do even better than that. Let's get to 20K likes. Make sure you're sharing it with a friend. commenting, dropping a follow as well. If you never want to miss a single debate in the future, you should also consider supporting the stream. The Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Supporting me via those means allows me to go live for longer every single day. Yeah, you were mentioned, Charsky. All right. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends, and with that, we'll go to the very next guest.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
Doing well, doing well. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm blessed. And I see that you think that God isn't real, and I used to think things like this as well, but you have to put things in perspective. Like, if there is a creation, there must be a creator. Like, if I look at a car or a building or anything, I know that it was created by something. I don't know who the creator is. Might not know who the creator is, but I know if it's a creation, it has to be a creator.
Yep. Okay. So this is an interesting argument. So
Yes, sir.
the reason these two things aren't analogous is because we know where cars come from. We know that cars have a creator, they have a manufacturer. We don't know where universes come from, which means that we can't make the claim that, like, well, every creation needs a creator, because I could easily just hold that the universe is a natural phenomena.
But just look at how you're so intricately created. You have to have somebody that created. We didn't just come just by believing that we came from a bang or a clash in the things that made everything in existence. It's kind of like crazy, or how we evolved from monkeys. Don't you think the way we were taught is kind of like obsolete? Like, it's crazy because you got
No. Well, first of all, we weren't taught that we evolved from monkeys. Humans are apes. We evolved from apes, but I mean, like, humans are also apes. We're great apes.
Then what happened
It's
to
like,
evolution? Why are apes still not evolving now?
well, okay, but we didn't evolve from these apes. So we share a common ancestor with these apes, and then we, like, branched off into our, like, different directions, and now we have, like, all these kinds of apes.
That don't even make sense, because why are those type of apes still not evolving? It
They
wouldn't
still,
make
well, we're all still evolving. Like, evolution is a thing that can be, like, directly observed. We can put, like, bacteria in, like, surrounded by, like, antibiotics, and we can see them, like, divide, and eventually become more and more resistant to those antibiotics over time.
So what are humans evolving to then? Since we're
Evolution is a process that takes, like, millions and sometimes billions of years to do. So
it didn't take that long for us to evolve from monkeys, but it
did take that long. It took, like, hundreds of millions of years. Also, we didn't evolve from monkeys. We are apes, and we evolved from the last thing. I'm not sure when the last thing came into existence, but we evolved from the Homo erectus. We started appearing around, like, 400,000 years ago, and then, like, long before that was the Homo erectus.
I hear that. I hear that too in school. It just doesn't sound right, because just think about how uniquely we are created. Our DNA is so uniquely created. Our fingerprints, nobody shares the same fingerprint in the world. Everybody has a separate fingerprint. That has to have a creator behind it.
No,
Yes.
because so it's just like a chaotic thing, right? So we have in math, there's, like, a field called, like, chaos theory, and it just like, basically posits that there's, like, certain things via a process of, like, so you could go, like, one of two directions, and if you go, like a specific direction, and you have, like, lots of other choices that are exactly like this, and you have, like, lots of other, like, choices and directions, eventually you're going to end up in, like, a completely unique space. If enough choices are given. So insofar as our DNA is unique, it's not crazy to me to conceive that, like, fingerprints are also unique.
Yeah, it's a creator behind that. And you see how you said theory? You know what a theory is? It's not a proof.
No.
It's not nothing that's being proved. So you can just say that's not true as think about
Chaos theory is just maths. Also, it is true.
it's a theory.
I mean,
It's a theory, so it can't be 100% proven.
no, I mean, so chaos theory just posits that there's, like, certain things that function in a chaotic way, that there's, like, a certain, like, variable that if it's to a specific set of parameters, that it will be a chaotic system. Saying, like, it's just a theory, like, this isn't like someone just, like, fucking left and then came back with this, and it, like, describes nothing in reality. Chaos theory has been proven to describe things like the three-body problem, for example. This is where the classic conception of, like, the butterfly effect comes from, even though the butterfly effect, like, that's not, like, a thing that chaos theory actually holds.
Yeah,
necessarily. But
that's yeah. Those theories. So that's the thing. See the Bible and God tells you how everything was existed. Even just think about the world and how it's put in place. How things like the stars, the sun, the moon stays exactly where it needs, and it has a purpose for everything. And all the animals have a
that's
purpose.
not the
And,
case.
and look at this. Just think about this. If the Earth was a little bit closer to the sun, we'll melt. If it was a
That's not
little
true.
farther, we'll freeze. That's 100%.
That's not true. That's not the case. So we have a Goldilocks zone, and the Goldilocks zone is like millions of miles wide. We could be millions of miles in either direction, and nothing would
Who told you
happen.
that?
As a matter of fact, we get slightly closer or slightly farther away from the sun all the time because the Earth doesn't orbit the sun in a perfect circle. It
No, we
orbits the
don't.
sun in an ellipse.
No, we
So
don't. We don't. It stays right in place, and that's proven.
no, it doesn't. That's just not true
It
because we don't
orbits, but it
orbit the
doesn't
sun
move.
in a perfect circle.
Yeah. Actually, it doesn't move, and it doesn't move at all, sir. And
Wait,
that's a scientific.
the Earth
That's a
doesn't move at
scientific.
all?
Yeah, it orbits. It doesn't move.
It doesn't move at all?
You talking
Orbiting,
about
you
you
wait,
saying
you
if
know
it's
orbiting
closer?
is moving, right?
Yeah, that's in a circular direction, though. Not as far as like getting closer to the sun or moving away from the sun. Because if that was the case,
No, so it orbits in an ellipse. It's not a perfect circle. And the way to like the way to understand this is that with a circle, every single point on that circle is the exact same distance away from the center, but we don't orbit in a circle. We orbit in an ellipse where not every single point is exactly the same distance.
that would have to be for it to be orbiting, right?
No, you can orbit in an ellipse.
So which direction does ellipse go in?
It's not a direction, it's a shape.
So it had to be a perfect shape. So
It's like a
just think
stretched out
logically, bro.
circle, I
Just think
guess.
logically. It can't. If we were like, it's a proven fact that we were closer to the sun, we will all melt. This is scientific proof. You can look it up when you have time.
Wait, you can, no, I've already looked it up. You can look it up. That's not true. You can look up the
That's
distance of the
100%
Goldilocks
fact.
zone. It's literally millions of miles wide.
That's what. I don't know where you got that information from, but all right, let's move on to. How do you know? Just think about this then. Okay, how do we know William Shakespeare, George Washington, Alexander the Great, Albert Einstein, Christopher Columbus, Adolf Hitler, Abraham Lincoln existed? How do we know that?
Oh, okay. Let's take Socrates because I know a lot about Socrates. So, despite the fact that Socrates didn't write anything like specifically himself, we know that Socrates existed because of the like unbelievable range of sources that attribute like that talk about his existence. So, we know like if you go to the time of Socrates and like after the time of Socrates, you can't go fucking anywhere without hearing mentions of the guy. He's in Plato and Aristophanes and like Hegesias and Aristotle. Everybody is talking about Socrates. So we know that Socrates existed because of the like just ginormous range of people, the wide variety of reliable sources that say that Socrates existed.
I agree with you on that, and that's the same thing with Jesus Christ. It's because you got testimonial accounts that you have people that said they existed and talk about their existence. You got genealogy, which you could trace their ancestral genealogy back. You have historical accounts that things actually took place, geological accounts, and you have geographical locations that they did. And this all is the same truth within the Bible. You
Wait,
have,
so I
hold on,
think
hold
that
on,
Jesus existed.
so he was fully man, fully God. In the
No,
flesh.
so I think Jesus existed.
He was God in the
That's
flesh. Fully
that's
man, fully God. That's what the
cool.
Bible.
Jesus
What,
existed. A-okay. I don't
yeah,
think Jesus was the Son of God, but if you think that Jesus was both fully human and fully God,
yeah.
that's going to lead to unfortunate conundrums for you. So do you think
How was
God
that?
changes?
How was that?
Do you think God changes?
How can God change? What do you mean change? He could change his idea about things, but God doesn't change. God is triune. He's three. God is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. It's three in person, one in being God.
Yep, sounds good. So you think that God is immutable,
Immutable. I think he's omnipresent, omnipotent, and
but do you think he's unchanging?
he changes his idea on things, but he doesn't change. He doesn't change personally. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, so God is like an entity. His intrinsic properties don't change.
Yeah. Why he is? What are you talking about? His properties doesn't change.
Yeah, do you think God's properties
He's a
change?
spirit. It's a spiritual. He's a spirit. He's an all-knowing spirit. He could be everywhere.
These are like a series of yes or no questions.
What are you saying? Say it one more time. Go ahead.
So do you think that like God, is there any way in which God changes?
I just told you he doesn't. God doesn't change. No, He could change his idea about things, though.
So
Yes,
wait. So sometimes God changes his mind?
absolutely.
You think God changes his mind?
Yeah, because
Okay.
he was gonna kill he was gonna kill Israel, will wipe them out. See, and that's the thing too. People think, oh, why did God do this? Why did God do that? Everything has a unique purpose, and we're all living to die. So we're all gonna die. It's just a amount of what's the purpose behind it. See,
Okay.
people look at death, the physical death, and not understanding that it's a physical death and it's an eternal death.
Do
And
you
the
think
eternal
God is
death. Oh,
perfect?
can I
Well,
explain?
but you're just preaching, and this is like irrelevant to the argument. Do you think God
Okay.
is perfect?
Yes, God is
Okay. So how can a perfect God change his mind?
easy about things. He could change his mind easy because
Yeah.
people,
So
because
wait.
we're
So
not
so
perfect.
either you were right before and you changed your mind, which means you're now wrong, so you're imperfect, or you were wrong before, which means you were imperfect.
No, that doesn't mean that. That means humans are not perfect. We're imperfect.
Do you agree that in
We're
order for you
imperfect.
to change your mind, either before or after you change your mind, you're wrong?
What are you talking? No,
So
that's
wait.
not
So
that.
you can think one thing, be
Mhm.
completely right about it, and then you can change your mind and be completely right.
Yeah, based because he loves us. He loves humans that much because we're imperfect. He's perfect, but the
So
way
so he's so perfect that he can do nonsense.
that's not nonsense at
That
all.
is nonsense. If you
Just think
change your
about
mind, you're either right before, so you can be wrong both times, I guess. That's the alternative. You can't be right, change your mind, and still be right.
based on the concepts of us being unperfect. He changes his mind because he's perfect. He doesn't want us. It's because you got to think about the reason why we're here. What's the purpose of we're here? And it tells you all that in the Bible. We came here we're trying to get a closer connection back to God, and we're all being tested right now. We are sin is what separates you from God. We all sin. We all sin. That's why back in the old days they used to sacrifice animals for sin. That's why Jesus came, fully man, fully God, to live a perfect sinless life, so we can be connected back to God. That's how much God loves us, because humankind is a falling nature. Nobody wants people to get killed. If they listen to the way God lives, we wouldn't be living like that. People wouldn't be getting killed. People wouldn't be doing bad things. But we chose not to obey God, and that's why things happen in this world. That's why bad things happen to good people is because of people, not because of God. I don't get why you're doing that. Why? I love you, bro. Regardless of how you chose a thing.
Well,
God loves
yeah, it's I
God
just
loves you too. God loves you so
it's I
much.
like to keep
I'm trying to
myself
tell you.
active. This is like super unrelated. So,
Mhm.
um, what specifically did God change his mind about?
Plenty of things, like even in the Old Testament, how like when he gave the laws to Moses about like things like marriage, how God tells Moses that it's laws about marriage.
Okay, wait. So does God know everything?
Yeah, he's omnipresent, omnipotent.
Okay, yeah. So God knows everything. So did God know he was going to change his mind?
Yeah, he changed his mind based on how people react.
But did God know he was going to change his mind in the future?
Well, based on things, the way you act and how we act. You get what I'm saying?
So God both knew he was going to do the thing because he hadn't yet changed his mind, and then knew he wasn't going to do the thing because he knew he was going to change his mind.
Like it's based on how you live. Just like he didn't know that we was gonna
So
fall.
God both knew he was going to do the thing and knew he wasn't going to do the thing.
God is perfect, so we're
So
based on how we
well,
live.
I just want to hear you say yes to that. That God both knew he was going to do the thing and then knew he wasn't going to do the thing.
Knew he was gonna do the thing and then knew he wasn't gonna do the thing. What kind of question is that, sir?
Yeah, wait. Well, I mean, if you were keeping up with the conversation, you would know exactly where that question comes from. So
Yeah.
you say that yes, God does know he was going to change his mind. So um,
Yeah,
what's
based on the way human.
what was the Exodus example? Let's just use that one.
Hmm. How Israel was fallen, he was going to wipe them out. Then he ended up changing his mind by not wiping out the children of Israel. That was a change of mind. Just like marriage, how they used to give certificates for divorce, and then when Jesus came and gave the example and the will of the Father, that's why Jesus came, to show the example of how we are supposed to live.
Okay,
And
yeah, no, that's super easy then. Okay, so let's just take this. So before he was going to wipe out Israel, before he had changed his mind about wiping out Israel, Did he know that he was going to wipe it out?
Yeah, he knew he was going to wipe it out, but he had a change of mind.
Yeah. So God, okay, so we know that God knew he was going to wipe it out. Did God know he was going to change his mind about wiping it out?
Absolutely. If he did it, of course he knew he was
Yeah,
going to
cool.
change his mind
So
about.
we have that God knew he would wipe out Israel because he hadn't changed his mind yet, and also knew he was going to change his mind, and thus knew he was going to he was going to not wipe out Israel. So God both knew he was going to wipe out Israel and also knew he was not going to wipe out Israel. Lena, thanks
That's
so
how
much
much
for the cent subscription. I appreciate it.
that's how much he loves you, man, because he gives you so
Yeah,
much.
he loves me
That's
so
called,
much that he's able
grace.
to do
That's
nonsense.
great. That's called grace. Because the way we're the terrible thing on here. We're the fallen people. We're the people that's on the earth that in this
Gotcha.
chaos world. It's not
Gotcha.
God wanted none of these things. It's the way people interact and how people live.
Yeah,
It's
let's
not God.
just like drill down into this. So you're saying that God both
You
knew
think
he was
God?
going to wipe out
Hold on.
Israel and knew he was not going to wipe out Israel. Is that correct?
He knew that he was his first. He changes his mind, like I said.
So he knew he was going to wipe out Israel while also knowing that he was going to not wipe out Israel.
That came later by a change of mind. Like how
Oh, wait, so
that's
his
like saying,
knowledge
look at,
changed?
that's like you saying, "Oh, I was gonna cut
Mhm.
my grass, but things came up and I had a change of mind." Of
Gotcha.
course, it's the same. Do you
Gotcha. So
understand?
you're saying that God's knowledge changes?
His change of, I said he doesn't change, but he can change his mind about
So wait, but does his knowledge change?
his knowledge. What, no, his knowledge can't change. He's all knowledge.
But so his knowledge can't change, but in this example it changes.
It's not change. His knowledge is not changing.
It does, because at first he knew he was going to wipe out Israel, and then
It's called a change of mind.
he
That's not a
changed his
change of
mind
knowledge.
and knew that he was going to not
That's
wipe
not.
out Israel. So his
Listen.
knowledge
That's
changed.
a
It went
change of
from
mind. That's not a
knowing he
change
would
of
wipe out
knowledge.
Israel to knowing he would not wipe out Israel.
Listen to what you're saying. That's the change of mind, not a change of knowledge.
Yes, so there was a
Not
change
a
in
change of
knowledge.
knowledge. No,
Yes, it's a
that's not a
change in what
change
he
of knowledge.
knows. So it's a change in
That's a
knowledge.
change of mind, not a change of knowledge, books. Sir, where are you going?
John, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W John in the comment section. I appreciate that. And W666 as well. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Thanks all so much for your support. I appreciate it.
That is
This
great.
is like, so
Can I say
do you
something
agree
else too?
that, so before
No,
God,
hold on, listen. So you
changed
believe
his
in
mind.
Jesus, right? You believe in Jesus.
Wait. I'm not gonna let you pivot away from this. So before God changed his mind, do you agree that God knew he was gonna wipe out Israel?
That I knew he was going to wipe. That was his original plan, but he changed his mind.
Yeah, but before God changed his mind, did he know that he was gonna wipe out Israel?
That was his original choice. Like, what are you like? You're not.
Yeah, wait, so I just want like a
This
yes.
question
Like, so
is
yes, he did know that he was
because
going
it's
to wipe
not
out
because
Israel.
he did. Of course, if he says he's going to wipe
Yes,
out
so he
Israel,
knows he
that
was
was
going to wipe out Israel. He changed his
but he
mind.
didn't
When
do
he
it. So
changed his mind,
it can be a yes.
when he
That don't make
changed his
sense.
mind, did he know he was going to wipe out Israel anymore?
Of course, because he changed his mind. What are
So
you saying? You don't make
so
sense.
he no longer knew that he was going to wipe out Israel?
After he changed his mind.
Yes.
That's
Cool.
not
So
changing
so
knowledge.
he went from
That's not changing knowledge.
knowing that he was going to wipe out Israel to knowing that he was going to not wipe out Israel.
Absolutely. Don't you change
Gotcha.
your
So
mind?
then his knowledge changed.
That's not knowledge changing.
He knows one thing, and then he knows the exact opposite thing.
It's like I'm going to do this, but that's not doing it though. You get what I'm saying?
But I'm not asking you about his intention. I'm asking you about his knowledge.
That's a thought. That's not knowledge about.
I,
That's
wait. So when I was asking you, no, did he know this thing? What do you think I was asking you about?
Honestly, the way you ask questions is kind of confusing, bro. Like
If you
I don't
can't
think,
track, it might be
no, I
confusing.
could
It's
track. I could track it real,
it's
but the way
extraordinarily straightforward.
you're not. It's not straightforward at
So
all.
when I say no, I'm referring to knowledge.
He knew. He knew.
So
That's
so he
knowledge.
had
Not
knowledge that he was going to wipe out Israel.
yes.
And then when he changed his mind, he no longer had knowledge that he was going to wipe out
That's
Israel.
not no longer having knowledge. That's called a change of mind. What are
So
you
wait. Does
about?
he still have the knowledge after he changed his mind? Does he still have the knowledge that he's going to wipe out Israel?
After you change your mind, it's you
Does
change
he
your thought.
still
You
have
change
the
thought.
knowledge that he's going to wipe
That's
out
not, see, you're
Israel?
confusing knowledge with thought. Thought.
Does he still
See,
have?
that's what I'm saying. You're
Does he
changing knowledge
still
with
have
thought.
the knowledge that he's going to wipe out Israel?
Listen, bro, you're
It's a
confusing
yes or no
yourself.
question. Does he still have the knowledge
Listen, I'm
that he's
explaining
going
to
to
you.
wipe out Israel?
Can you just come? Let me explain it to you. He that was a thought he was gonna do. Yeah,
Matt,
because
thanks so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. W Matt in the comment section and W666 as well. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly dash Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support.
That's supporting the devil, that number. But listen,
Yeah. Hey, if anybody else wants to support the devil, Cash App, Venmo, both in bio.
wow, that's crazy. So you if you believe in the devil, you have to believe in a God, right?
I'm not going to let you pivot from this.
No,
So
because we're
did
done
God,
with that.
after
Because
God, after
we're not
God
getting nowhere.
changes his mind,
Listen,
after
we're not
God
getting
changes,
nowhere.
after God changes his mind,
I explained
did
this
he
so many
still
times.
know that he was going to wipe out Israel?
I just told you this like 5 times.
It's a yes or no question.
Because a yes or no, I told you he had knowledge that he was going to do that, but he changed his mind. That's not saying that I'm no longer going to do this. I'm going to change my mind. Just like you have a change of mind, you have knowledge of one thing. Like I thought that's a thought. Actually, it's saying I'm thinking.
Twetsky, thanks so much for the $6.66. W Devil, W Satan, W666. I appreciate that.
Wow, sir. So you believe in Satan, but you don't believe in God. How is that?
No, I don't believe in either, but I know that both of them, but I know that believing in Satan upsets you.
No, it doesn't upset me at all.
It upsets you so little that you've
I don't
made like
believe
multiple
it.
comments about it, for sure.
Because I just don't see how you can believe in one thing and not believe in the other. That's
Oh no, I don't. I don't believe in the devil. Nicole, thanks so much for the
Don't you believe
$6.66. Thank you so much, Satan. I appreciate it. W Satan. Let's get a W Satan in the comment section.
But you believe in Jesus. That's all I want you to know.
No, well, so I think Jesus is real, but I think you also still haven't.
That's what I love.
You have just not
love
answered
that.
the question.
I love that.
It's a yes or no
we're not-
question.
we're
Either
not getting
yes,
nowhere.
either
I
yes, God still has this knowledge, or no, God
That's-
does not still have this
That's
knowledge.
not knowledge. That's a change of mind, sir. That's
But
what
I'm
you're
asking
doing.
you about his knowledge.
Well, he thought it's a thought. It's not a knowledge thing.
I'm
It's a-
asking you because it was knowledge
to
before,
destroy it.
and now when I ask you the second question, that's not knowledge. It's not knowledge at all. Christian, thanks so much for the $6.66. You can tell that Christian's parents wanted different outcomes for him, but W666 in the comment section.
No, but I'm just saying, okay, like, say for you, for instance, like, if you thought you were going to cut the grass, and then you changed your mind and said, no, I have something else coming up, so I'm not going to be able to cut the grass. That's not a knowledge of you cutting the grass. That's a thought, like, I'm thinking I'm going to cut the grass.
Yeah, disanalogous. I'm not omniscient.
But that doesn't matter. That
It
doesn't
does, because I'm
matter.
not talking about like what you
I'm talking
think is
about
going to
change.
happen.
I'm
I'm not
talking about
talking
change
about
of
what you
mind.
think is going to happen. I'm talking about what you know is going to happen. We don't
He-
have knowledge. We don't have absolute certain knowledge about what will happen in the
But it's
future.
based-
We do have knowledge about things that have that are currently happening and things that have happened in the past. So we do not know like anything about the future specifically. Rhoda, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Rhoda and W666 in the comment section. I love Satan, I love the devil, and I appreciate that everybody else loves Satan and the devil as well.
Yeah, I just disagree on what you're saying. But like back to the Jesus thing.
You have literally not answered the question. We're not moving on until you answer the question.
I answered the
Christine,
question.
thanks so much for the $6.66. W Satan, I respect that. Let's get a W Satan chat
I
going.
answered the question many times, but you just don't want to accept my answer. I'm telling
You
you,
haven't.
that
It's a yes or no question.
it's not a yes or no question.
It is. Wait, so you think the question, does God still have this knowledge after he changes his mind? Do you
had
think
the
that
knowl- he
this?
had the knowledge,
Do you think
but
that that's
based on
that's not a
situations-
yes or no question?
Okay, look at-
Amber,
let me-
thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Amber and W666 in the comment section.
Okay.
Hail Satan.
Let me explain this again for you. Okay, he had knowledge about his plans on doing this. He had a change of mind about just based on situations, just like everybody else. If you have a knowledge of, oh, I'm going to do this, and then it's something else comes up, you have a change of mind. That tells you that you're changing what you originally thought you were going to do. That's
I'm not
having to do with
asking.
change
I'm
of
not
knowledge.
asking about what God thinks is going to happen. I'm
He
asking
doesn't
about what
think- he
God
does-
knows is going to happen. Does God know what's going to happen in the future?
Based on he knows he's all omniscient, all knowing, but it's based off certain situations too. Just like he We have free will. What do you think free will is?
Oh, I don't believe in free will, but that's irrelevant. And I know you're going to
How you
desperately
don't
try to.
believe
I
in
know
free
you're going to
will?
desperately try to pivot off of that. So I'm
I'm
just
not
going to
trying to
keep
pivot
on
it off. I'm
bringing
trying
you
to give
back
you an
to that.
example.
So
God
in
gives us
your
all
in
free
your
will.
worldview,
No, listen.
which is what we're talking about, free will is
Yeah,
probably just going to be the ability to choose to do otherwise.
exactly.
So that's
Exactly.
not
So
relevant though, because
based
so do you
on
think
free will,
that God knows exactly what he's going to do in the future?
based on our free will,
Do you think God
it's based on
knows
us. This is
what
based
he's
on
going
us,
to
though.
do in the future?
This why you think God gave us free will?
Do you
Because
think God knows what he's going to do in the future?
God knows everything. He's all knowing, all wisdom.
Gotcha. So if God knows what he's going to do in the future, he knows exactly what he's going to do in the future,
Mhm.
how can he change his mind?
Easy. Because
So did he know that he was
based
going
on
to
our
change his mind?
based off our free will, because we had the decisions
It's
to
we're not
do
talking about
this
us, we're
thing.
talking about God.
Well, that's what we got to talk about.
We're
Because that's what
talking about I know you want to pivot away.
I'm not pivoting.
You
I'm not
are.
pivoting.
We're
I'm
talking
saying
about
based on
God and
us.
God's omniscience and God's free will.
Who is this based on though? It's for me and you to understand who God
Yes,
is.
so but the point is it leads to a contradiction. You can't
It
answer
doesn't.
the question and you need to pivot elsewhere because you're incapable of actually like keeping up with the conversation as it
No, I'm
is.
keeping up with the conversation. You're
Aylin,
just.
thanks so much for the $6.66. Heart 666. All right, let's get
I
a
think,
Hail Satan going in
I
chat.
think you're just misunderstanding. I told you plenty of times. He has a change of mind of knowledge. Like he could change his mind based on the reactions of our free will. Like if
You
I.
haven't answered the question though, because you say that God knew he was going to eliminate Israel, and then he changed his mind, and you refuse to answer point blank straight up. Everybody knows that you're refusing to answer. You refuse to answer
I'm
whether
refusing.
God still has this knowledge. Does
He
God
still
still have
does.
this knowledge as a yes or no question? You
He
have
still have.
refused to give a yes or a no.
I said he had knowledge of. I said yes, he had a knowledge of
Yes.
that.
So
But he had a change.
so
Hold on,
God
listen.
has knowledge that Israel
Can
is
I
going to be
finish?
eliminated
Can I
after he
finish?
changes his mind about eliminating Israel. So then God is wrong
No,
unless he
he's not
eliminates
wrong.
Israel.
He's not wrong at
So
all.
wait. So after God changed his mind, did he eliminate Israel?
Because he didn't know. He didn't. That's what a change of mind is. A change of thought.
So
It's
did
not
he
saying.
eliminate Israel after he changed his
So
mind?
you're saying. Listen to me.
Did he eliminate Israel after he changed his mind?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then his knowledge that he was going to eliminate Israel is wrong.
That's a see. You're misinterpreting. That's like me saying I have knowledge that I'm gonna go cut the grass. That's me saying I'm gonna do that. But then other situations pop up and I change my mind
No, that's
about the
disanalogous
same
because
thing.
God knows everything in your
I
worldview.
know I knew I was gonna cut the grass.
God, no, wait, no,
How
you
do I
did
not
not
know I
know
was
that
gonna cut
because
the
it's
grass?
possible that you had a heart attack at that instant, which means that you actually didn't know that.
But that's why I brought in free will, because we have a change of things. So
Do you think
God
it's do you think people freely choose to have heart attacks?
absolutely not. Do you
Yeah,
think
perfect. So then free will is irrelevant.
free will isn't irrelevant?
It's irrelevant to this conversation, that's for sure.
That's like saying you choose to die. Did you choose to die? No, but that's how you know it's a God, because you don't have a choice. You don't choose to die, do you? Do anybody choose to die? Do kids choose to die at a young
No,
age?
we
That's
don't
how you
choose
know
to
it's
die.
God.
Wait, so I don't in my view, I don't think that we have choices, but that's irrelevant.
So how exactly? So you have free will.
Yeah, I
Free will is
know you
real.
want to pivot away.
I'm
I
not.
know you
I'm
want to
not
pivot
pivoting
away from the
nowhere.
internal critique to my stance on determinism.
Yeah.
I don't think, and I'll be frank, I don't think you have the boots for that hike. I don't think that you're ready for the determinism conversation. You can't even answer like basic yes or no questions.
I answered it plenty of times. I answered it.
Yeah, your worldview leads to absurdities because you said that even after God changes his mind about wiping out Israel, he still knows that he's going to wipe out Israel.
I
How
never
can
said
God know he's going to wipe out Israel if he also knows that he's not going to wipe out
I
Israel?
never said that. I
You
said
said
yes,
I asked you, does God still have the knowledge that he was going to wipe out Israel? You said yes. Do you want to change that to a no?
No, I said he knew that he was going to wipe out Israel. He changed his mind about
Yes,
it.
and then after he changes
Based
his
on
mind,
free
does
will.
he still know he's going to wipe out Israel? Yes or
Of
no?
course, he doesn't do it. So of course, it's not even. It's a change of mind. So it's not even a thought no more.
So it's no longer knowledge. So it was knowledge before, and it's not knowledge
That's
after.
not knowledge, bro. See, you
I
don't understand what
asked
knowledge
you. So
is.
did God
You
have
don't understand what knowledge
knowledge?
is. I'm sorry.
Did God have knowledge that he was
That
going
is
to
a
wipe out
thought.
Israel
That is
before?
a thought. That's not knowledge. You
Before
know what knowledge
does
is?
yes, knowledge is justified true belief.
Exactly, a belief.
Yes.
A belief.
No,
So
a
how
true
How can
belief.
that be a belief?
A true belief.
How can that be a true belief if you have a change of mind? If it hasn't,
Yes, exactly. You got it. Yes, exactly.
so if
Precisely.
it
Yes,
hasn't
it's not
happened,
knowledge. Yeah.
if it
Oh
hasn't
my God,
happened,
you write
listen to me.
directly. Fuck.
Listen to me. If it
Yes.
hasn't happened,
That's
it
it.
wasn't
Yeah.
knowledge.
It's not knowledge. Yeah. Let's go.
It's a thought. That's what I'm trying to tell you, sir. You're not you're
You did it.
you're using it as knowledge.
You
That's
did
why
it. Yes,
I've been telling you this the
exactly.
whole time.
Perfect.
I've
It's
been
not
telling you this.
knowledge. You got it.
I've been
Yes.
telling you this the whole
Yes.
time.
So God doesn't know everything. Perfect.
He
We
does
got
know
it.
everything, but
Yes.
you're saying it
But
like it's
so wait,
knowledge.
so did God if God knows everything, did God know what he was going to do in the end?
God knew Jesus knew
Okay.
everything up to his death.
So
He knew
God
everything. He was
knew
all-knowing.
insofar as God ended up not wiping out Israel, God knew from the very beginning that he wasn't going to wipe out Israel.
I just told you, you're getting knowledge and thoughts mixed up, bro.
I'm asking you about knowledge. God knew what the outcome was. God knew what the outcome was. Avery. God knew what the outcome was. Did God always know what the outcome it was?
That's not look at that's a
Did
thought.
God always know what
If it was
the
knowledge,
outcome was?
listen, if it was knowledge, it would have taken place.
Did God
You know what I'm saying?
always know what the
based on the
outcome was?
belief. You know, say what knowledge is again. It's based on the
It's
belief.
justified true belief. In order for it to be
Exactly.
knowledge, it needs to be true.
So it had to happen. So if that didn't happen,
So
it
God
couldn't be a
didn't know
belief.
everything.
He did know everything because it didn't
So he
happen.
knew everything, but not this.
He knew he had a change of mind about this happening.
Yeah. So he did not
it was a
know.
thought.
So he
It's
didn't
not
know
knowledge.
this. So
No,
he didn't
listen.
know this.
You're not understanding.
Wait, you think I'm the one not understanding?
Let me explain.
You're
it to
like
you.
tracking at like a first grade level. Z, thanks so much for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate it. WZ in the comment section.
You're saying based on God, him having knowledge about he having a thought about killing Israel. That's a thought. That's not knowledge because it didn't take place. It didn't happen. You get what I'm saying? He can have a change of mind, meaning he can change his mind, not knowledge. You're not changing knowledge. It didn't happen. So how can you change that? Knowledge
Yeah, so you're saying that God did not know. He did not have knowledge.
He didn't do it. Didn't take place. He had
Did
knowledge.
God have knowledge of what he was going to do?
See, you're not understanding again. That is
Wait, that's a yes or no question, buddy. Did God
That's
know
a
what he
thought.
was going to do?
He knew that's what he had plans on doing this.
Wait,
That
wait,
has
so
nothing to
he
do with knowledge.
knew? He knew?
He had plans on doing this.
Wait, did he
had
have plans or
mind.
did he know?
It's a thought. 'Cause
Did
if
he have
if
plans
knew,
or did he
if he
know?
knew, it would have took place. Do
Did
you
he-
understand that?
Did
if
he have
he knew,
plans
look
or
at-
did
let's
he
slow down.
know?
Slow
Avery.
down. If he knew, it would have took place, right? Because that's knowledge. Knowledge is actually something happening based on a belief, right? You just said that, right? So it had to happen for it to be knowledge. A thought is something different. That's saying I'm thinking this, but I can change my mind. You got to
Does-
understand that.
Wait, so does God know whether or not this debate is going to turn me into a Christian?
No, but I know Jesus loves you because you love.
Oh, so wait, so if
love
God doesn't
Jesus.
know the future, then he's not all knowing.
He does know the future.
Oh,
Based
so does
on your
God know?
actions.
So when I asked you if God knew whether this debate would turn me into a Christian, you said no.
Yeah, you're gonna be.
So then God doesn't know the future.
No, he does. He knows you're going to be a Christian too, because you're searching and seeking. And I know that you're even having these debates.
Then
because
that's
you wanna
a
know.
different answer than the one you just gave.
You just want a for sure answer that God is real, and that's the thing. That's why He loves you so much. Because we could have both been dead yesterday, but God, because you're here, you still have a purpose, and God wants you to know Him. That's the thing. That's why we're even having this conversation. Nothing happens by accident. Everything has a purpose behind it, and Jesus loves you. You know, Jesus. You believe He's alive and living. Then you know every religion acknowledges Jesus in some way, whether it's Christ conscious, whether he was a prophet, a teacher, whether he was anything. They know Jesus existed, right? He was fully man, fully God in the flesh. That's the only thing a lot of religions don't disagree with. But it's not about religion, it's about relationship. He wants a genuine relationship with you right now. He loves you. I don't care how much you do that. I still love you, because I wouldn't. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't even take this time to have this conversation with you. But I know how much Jesus loves you, bro, and He wants you to come into a relationship. And you're seeking. That's why you're even doing this. That's saying God isn't real, because you want to know if He's real. and he wants your relationship, but he's having his hand out right now. He's saying, "Hey, what's your name again?" Regardless, I still love you, man. That doesn't upset me at all. I'm glad you take this time to have this conversation with me. I really appreciate you, bro. Like, seriously.
All right. Do you have anything else for me?
No, I know. I just want to tell you,
All
man.
right. Well,
I
I appreciate
appreciate
you coming on up here.
I
Damn. I can't make that joke on live. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends as well. Make sure you drop a comment. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. The support allows me to go live for even longer, even like small amounts of it. I really appreciate any and all of it. Thank you all so much. You're all so kind. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. And also, if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would adore to see you there. I'd be so happy. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Oh, beetle dick.
Okay. Wait, how old are you? You don't sound 18.
I'm 20.
Oh, I don't even need to. Yeah, that's cap. Yeah, make sure you only request to join if you're 18 or older. Also, make sure you only request to join if you if you believe in the Abrahamic, the Jewish, or the Christian God. Hey, what's up, guest? How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Okay. And what religion are you?
I'm Muslim.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Muslim God?
So, my strongest argument would be is the definition of like what faith is exactly. So, faith and religion, it's something that can't be proven with hard evidence, right? Obviously, because if something's proven with hard evidence, then it would be considered a science, right? It wouldn't be considered a faith. The whole concept of Christianity, Islam, Judaism is to believe in something because it has a purpose, right? To have a purpose in life, to believe in something. Now, I used to be an atheist, and I don't necessarily disagree with atheism in the sense that I get it. I get that, maybe there might not be a God. I agree. There might not be a God, but there's also a possibility there is a God. Now, I'm a numbers guy, right? I feel like statistically, would you say that there's a 0.001% chance that God exists?
Depends on which God. So for like the Christian God, for example, or probably for your God. Well, I don't think I have like the actually no, I think I do. Yeah. I would say that for your God specifically, if they have the properties that I think they do, I'd say that there's a 0% chance of the Abrahamic God existing.
The Abrahamic God existing?
Yeah.
Okay, what about the other gods? Why would you agree that they exist?
Because like I don't have the contradiction. I don't have the defeater for Zeus, right? Like I can't tell you what the P and not P contradiction in Zeus's properties are.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the properties of God. So you're saying that you would believe that the Abrahamic God doesn't exist necessarily because of its properties?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Just that contradictions don't exist and that the Abrahamic God has contradictory properties.
Like what properties exactly?
Yeah. Okay. Wait. So, do you think that God knows everything?
Yes, he does.
And do you think that God has free will?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that just from these two properties, we have a contradiction, and I'll explain it to you. So let's go to the time where God just created the earth but hadn't created life yet. So do you think that God knew he was going to create like the alligator, for example?
Yeah.
Okay. Could God have changed his mind about creating the alligator?
Absolutely.
And in this scenario, so let's say that God knows he's going to create the alligator. He changes his mind about creating the alligator. Did he know he was going to change his mind about creating the alligator?
Got it. So I see what you're saying. So you're saying that the change in mind of him originally what he was thinking, what he had planned, and his change in mind is causing like a different result. That's contradictory, and that makes sense. Logically, that makes sense. It is contradictory. But I feel like one thing that people need to understand is the way God's mind works is not like humans. like the way we explain things, the way we think about things is from our minds, right? From our brain, the way it's wired. But I feel like the way God works, like him being all knowing, like he knows what's going to happen in the future, right? So like just going back to Avery, who was here earlier in the live, like about the whole Israel thing, God doesn't necessarily, he's not necessarily changing his mind. He knows what's going to happen, and he's changing certain things to show lessons. I feel like the whole purpose of why God, let's say like, God initially was going to destroy Israel, but later he didn't because of the free will of, those humans, causing a difference in the result, right?
Mhm.
Now, I feel like God, he could have done whatever he wanted, but I feel like the changes happen to show us lessons, in the, of the Holy Bible or in the Quran. I feel like the only reason why God does those changes is to show us lessons on what is, what is a sin, what is good, what is bad, and to make sure we don't repeat history.
Mhm.
The
That's
saying
that's
like
fine. But then the
Mhm.
contradiction that you arrive at from this is just that God is a liar. That I define lying as like saying something that you believe isn't true. And insofar as God knows he's going to change his mind, but makes like the humans influence him, like presents as if he's going to do this one thing, when in actuality he knows he's not going to do that thing. That to me would indicate that God is a liar.
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Yeah. So to me, you're lying if you're saying something that you believe isn't true. So if God was presenting himself as like, I'm going to destroy Israel, just you wait, but he knows in actuality that in the end he's not going to destroy Israel, then that would indicate that he's a liar for saying that he was going to, even though he knows that he's going to be like convinced, or that the humans are going to do something which like pleases him, and then
Okay.
leads him to not destroying Israel. In that
Would
instance, if he
you
knows that he's not going to destroy Israel and says that he's going to destroy Israel, then he's just
He's a
lying.
liar. Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say lying is bad?
I not necessarily, but I think it's probably contrary to the properties of God. I think that puts you in a
The way you
terrible place
said that God
religiously
is
if
a
God can
liar,
lie.
the way you said God is a liar, and the way you were wording all that seemed like it was a bad thing to do, right?
I think it's contradictory to the properties of God.
Okay. So just to make clear, people who believe in religion obviously believe lying is a sin, right?
Mhm.
People who don't believe in God and religion, they don't really think of it as that. It's like you said, it's just kind of contradicting the properties of God, right? Now, who is the one who determined what the properties of God will be?
Whoever wrote the various holy books, essentially, or like theologians. I mean, between the two of us, like it's you. Like it's an internal critique, so we're going off of whatever the properties are. If you think God is capable of lying, that puts you in a really bad place for the rest of your religion. But you can hold that.
Okay, let me give a little scenario. Let's say that there's a parent, right? And they have like a daughter, okay? And this daughter is dating a guy who she doesn't know is actually a criminal. And she is already deep in love with this man, and she's head over heels with him. The parent finds out this guy's a criminal, but if he were to approach the daughter and say all this, she would just freak out and think, they're just trying to they're just trying to ruin this, and they don't want me to be with them. However, if the parent were to lie and deceive the situation in a way to save her from that, and it works and she wouldn't know anything about it, then it works, I feel like in certain situations, lying is necessary to save people or to
I
save
agree.
people from bad things.
So, do you think that? But the conclusion that arrives at is that like God can lie.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say. Listen, the thing is like for example, a situation. Let's say you said like if God knew that He was gonna destroy Israel, right? He knew that since the beginning, but He said He wasn't going to. He was going to, but then later He didn't. I feel like it's. I wouldn't consider it a lie. That's the thing. I feel like there was changes in plans. Like for example, let's say I work at a company, right? And my manager says, "Hey, we're going to have a trip to Mexico next month because we met our sales goal, right? Now, let's say there's plans change, things change. Maybe their budget went down and it didn't happen. Maybe we lost some money in the budget. We can't make the trip to Mexico. So in that situation, would you say that's lying? I feel like that's just a change in plans.
Oh, wait. So can you walk me through? So is the scenario that there was like you just didn't perform as well, so you like the trip to Mexico gets canceled, or?
No, so like let's say we met our sales goal, right? Me and my team met our sales goal, and they said like if we met our sales goal, we will go to a trip to
Oh, no, that's
Mexico.
different because that's a contingency. So this isn't God saying like convince me or else I'll destroy Israel. This is God saying like I'm going to destroy Israel, and then they convince him and change his mind.
Wait, who convinced him to change his mind?
I think like fucking Moses or like the Israelites. I don't know.
I'm sorry for the ambulance. Hold
You're
on.
chilling.
Okay, so I don't know too many details about that story, but basically you're
I
saying
also don't think you need to defend it. I mean, if you're Muslim, then like I don't think unless you accept like the Old Testament.
I do. So basically
Okay.
Islam derives a lot from the Old Testament, right? Like not eating pork and things like that.
Hmm.
But like I mentioned in the beginning, I wasn't here necessarily to like debunk atheism, and I'm not here to debunk any other religions. The main reason why I believe in Islam, because I believe in God. The reason why I believe in God, let's forget about Islam, Christianity, and the specifics. The reason why I specifically believe in God is because I feel like even if there's a very small chance that God is real and there's a heaven and a hell, if I were to adopt my life in religion, at least if it's true, I'll achieve heaven. But
Gotcha.
if I don't believe in anything, right? Then what if it is true and I'm doomed? Like what if I don't believe in God and I just take the risk of not believing? And it's just, then what's the point? Like at least if I believe in something, it's not affecting my life. I get to do what I want. I get to travel. I don't have to do anything like extra.
Gotcha. So Pascal's wager. Gotcha. Well, so for me, I actually would need to do things extra because I would need to like deny like fundamental aspects of myself. I would need to change my lifestyle like greatly. I would need to convert to a religion. I'd need to go to like service. I'd need to like waste a whole bunch of time doing all these things. And also, I think the calculation is wrong for two reasons. First, it's not just like a contest of like God is real. Like your God is real or no God is real. It's possible that like Hinduism is true or like Judaism is true or like
Right.
Christianity is true or Buddhism is true. All these other religions could be the true religion, and if that's the case, you're also fucked.
Yeah,
But additionally,
100%.
it can be true that like literally any God could be the true God, including like an anti-God to yours. Like there could be a God who's going to send you to hell for all eternity if you are specifically a Muslim, and then everybody else gets to go to heaven. So, insofar as like both the Muslim and the anti-Muslim gods could be the actual God that exists, then it seems like I actually have no motivation, no reason to not like to believe.
So my thing is like I wouldn't say my sole reason on why I'm Muslim is just because of Pascal's wager of like me thinking that there's a small chance that God is real, so why not just take the chance, right? And as far as like adapting things in my lifestyle, like the only thing I really need to adapt is just not eating pork, not drinking, and obviously everyone sins. I mean, people sin. We're human. I mean, and it's kind of unavoidable
Yeah.
sometimes. But my thing is that that's just one of the reasons why, just the statistical aspect of it. But obviously, I've done research on, multiple religions, and I feel like everyone has a perspective on what they think is logical for them based on what they've researched and what they're understanding. And I feel like, till some extent, some religions might be more logical than others. So, for my perspective, I felt like Islam is what worked for me. For others, it might be Christianity, it might be Judaism. But,
Wait,
you know,
so wait, are you able to eat pork?
no.
Or oh no, I'm sorry, wait, not pork. Are you able to eat gelatin?
No, it has enzymes in it. If it has pork, it has enzymes in it. No,
Okay, yeah.
yeah,
Oh, well, so then that would be like a huge change because half of my diet is gelatin.
really.
No, but I do fucking love gelatin products.
So we're allowed to eat plant-based enzymes. So they have gelatin products made of plant-based enzymes.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Uh, That's
I
fine.
have
Wait,
to
so do you have
go.
anything else for me? Otherwise, I'll probably move on to the next
Yeah, no, you're
guest.
good. I'm gonna go get some sushi, but it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, W. Sushi's great. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks so much
Yep,
for
no
coming on.
problem. Yep.
No, I like that guest. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop a follow as well if you never want to miss a debate in the future. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support, and they also allow me to stream for even longer every single day. So with that, we'll go to the very next guest. But make sure, and also if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You can only join the Discord by copying the link and pasting it into the Discord app specifically, but it's really great. And I don't know, I enjoy spending time in there, and I think you would enjoy spending time in there. It's just like a fun little time. All right, let's see. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hold up.
Oh, thanks so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that Tetris sub. W Tetris sub in the comment section. Damn, W guest for real.
What's up, G?
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. And what religion are you?
I'm Roman Catholic.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of the Christian God?
Well, Christianity revolves mainly around the resurrection of Jesus.
Yep.
So I've had a hard time disproving the resurrection of Jesus.
I've had a hard time proving the resurrection of Jesus.
Okay.
Maybe, so do you have a source that isn't the Bible that says that the resurrection happened?
Well, to use the Bible, to not say that the Bible isn't an accurate or a reliable source means that, you know, it doesn't have historical, it doesn't have true historical content, right?
So the problem is you're essentially saying, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but the problem is just like you're trying to say that the Bible is true because of the resurrections that happened in the Bible, which presupposes that the Bible is true.
Okay. So what? Okay,
so it's just a
in the
circular
Bible,
argument is the problem.
Okay. So when the historical text of the Bible says that Jesus resurrected, and that he made himself known to 500 people after his resurrection, there are historical documents from the Romans that prove that he died on the cross, that he was
I agree. Yep.
crucified under Pontius Pilate.
Yep, that's true.
And then there's no historical truth to, or there's nothing historically that shows that he stayed in his tomb, right?
Then there's nothing historical that says that
the Romans who would have, what? Go ahead.
Well, so it's just like the only thing that there's nothing that says that he resurrected other than the Bible, which for the reason I pointed out earlier would just be a circular argument. You'd be saying that the Bible is true because the Bible is true.
Well, no, not necessarily. I'm saying that even the Romans couldn't disprove his resurrection.
Did the Romans try to
bring a
disprove? I don't think the
historical
Romans
document
knew what it was until like 100 years later or so.
That's actually very false because
Or like maybe like 50 years later.
I would disagree, because if Jesus was in Rome at the time, because we know that Jerusalem and Palestine, all these places where he lived and he ministered, was under the persecution of Rome, right? And he was crucified. These crucifixions that the Romans did were very, very detailed and meticulous. The punishment that they gave, the actual death was very, very gruesome, but everything was cataloged, or not cataloged, but everything was recorded, not just in the Bible.
So
but
did
his
they
death was
record a
recorded.
resurrection if everything was recorded?
Well, in the Bible it mentions that there's 500 people that saw Jesus after he lived, and there's a lot. Of,
So
I
but
can't
this is.
personally.
Can
Yeah,
you show
I
me
can't
these like 500 people specifically?
Well, there's the 12 apostles, right?
Oh,
So, okay.
Can you show
So-
me in a place outside the Bible where the 12 apostles say that they saw Jesus resurrected?
Well, that would be kind of hard because like everything that the apostles were recorded doing ended up in the Bible.
Yeah, so absent that, we're just saying that the Bible is true because the resurrection happened because the Bible is true.
Well, but you haven't really given an argument that the Bible isn't true.
Well, oh, I can give it a Bible. That's like super easy. So in
Well,
Genesis,
we're not talking about old. We're not talking about Old Testament. We're talking about the
oh,
New Testament, because the Old Testament, the Catholic Church agrees that there's a lot of things in there that doesn't have to be taken literally.
okay, that's fine. So do you think that Jesus is both 100% human and 100% God?
Yes.
Okay, do you think that God changes?
Um. No.
Okay, and there's like no, when you say no, like there's no way that God changes. Or rather,
Well,
like in like God changes in no
is before.
ways.
Well, Catholics believe that God is before time.
Yeah.
So, in that essence, He created everything. So, what is the reason for changing?
Yep.
Right? Because He
Cool.
created
So
everything.
God doesn't
Yeah.
change in any way. Perfect. Do humans change?
Yes.
Okay. So we have Jesus who both changes and doesn't change.
Well, define change though. Like
Well, I mean,
evolution.
however you were defining it when you said that God change or that God doesn't change and that humans do
Yeah,
change.
like God. I'm confused in how that like
How
provides. Like, what are you trying to say?
that
My
there's a
question.
contradiction that if God changes or if God
Uh-huh.
doesn't change,
Yeah.
but humans change, then Jesus can't be both
Well, you have to
God and
define
human because
change.
gods don't change and humans do change. Because you'd be forced to conclude that Jesus changes and that Jesus doesn't change, which is an absurdity.
Well, Jesus never like define change. You have like I'm trying to.
I asked you questions about it earlier and you had no problem answering, but that's fine. I can just say to
Yeah.
alter
Okay, so
or to
are you
like to
saying that
become
God in
different.
His nature doesn't change? Then yes, but you have to understand that when Jesus came down from heaven, right, in the Immaculate Conception, the Church believes that 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 he kind of took a role of self-limitation, right? Like in the Bible, it says that Jesus, that nobody knows the the end times, right? When the day of judgment will come, but except my Father in heaven. Well, what does that mean, right? Obviously, there's mysteries to the faith, but
So
as
do
far
you
as yeah,
it sounds like you would be like severing the God part. So you'd say that Jesus changes.
but how like define change, like how
Yeah,
what
just
about
to
Jesus
become
changed?
different.
But Jesus really didn't change at all. Like
Oh,
there's
so
no
did Jesus change when he like grew into an adult?
um I mean the cells, right? Like if we're gonna go down to like the cellular basis of everything, like the cells change, but the DNA in which the cells read everything doesn't change. So I
Okay,
mean,
so
I-
well, but like just in size, did Jesus change?
like inside, like
In
his
size.
like did he like in size?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so Jesus changed in size, so that's how Jesus changed.
Okay.
There's also
Well,
a different verse which I think is like even worse.
okay. Okay.
It's like Luke, I think 2:52. It says Jesus grew in wisdom. I'm not sure how your omniscient God is growing in
Can you
wisdom.
read that? Can you read that quotation from
Yeah,
the?
it's the verse is Jesus grew in wisdom and stature.
Okay, but what was the context? Like, where
It was
were
just
they? What
like
was he
explaining like
saying?
Jesus's life, I think. Or
Well,
like it was, I think
that's
I think it was just doing like a time skip, if I'm not mistaken.
it was a what?
Like a time skip.
A time skip? For like, where were they before? Where were they when they said that Jesus grew in wisdom? Because
I think that they were
like,
just saying that like Jesus went from child to adult. That he grew in wisdom and
okay,
stature, that he got
okay, yeah,
older, grew taller, got
yeah.
smarter.
Then you answered your own question.
Yeah, cool. So then so you're saying that Jesus learned new things.
No, because what you just said was that Jesus. What they were trying to say was that Jesus grew older, right? Jesus grew in wisdom. He grew
Oh,
older.
do you think
So
do
that's
you
what.
think like a change in age is a change?
Um. Yeah, but like, if God is outside of time, then that doesn't apply to him.
Yeah, so then it begs the question, how did Jesus get older?
Because he was fully man as well.
Yes, so you're saying that Jesus both doesn't change, that he doesn't get older because he's outside of
No,
time and
he
also
got
does
older
get
in human
older.
form, but his soul, his divinity is outside of time, just like our souls are eternal.
Well, so is Jesus both 100% God and 100% human?
Yes.
So then every component Jesus has is both God and human. So you can't separate the divinity from the humanity.
Well, the part of him that is human, is 100% human, and the part of him that's God is 100% God.
Yeah, so every part of him, every single part of him is God, and every single part of him is human.
And what are you trying to prove with that?
Just that there's like giving like the defense that the divinity existed outside of time or whatever because it's divine. That doesn't account for this at all. If he's 100% both.
Well, like that, you'd have to understand that you have a soul, right? So souls are eternal, right? We're attached to our bodies right now, but when our time on earth is over, right, we'll go into another place.
So I guess let's ask this: does God get older?
No, he's outside of time.
Okay. Does Jesus get older?
Jesus in his humanity got older, right?
But Jesus' humanity is also his divinity because it's just 100% both.
Well, you also have to remember that he limited himself for our sake, right?
But you agree that his humanity is also his divinity because he's 100% of both.
He's 100% of both, but it doesn't mean that. What are you trying to say again?
His humanity is his divinity because he's 100% human.
No, his
and
humanity
100%
isn't
divine.
his divinity, though. Like his humanity is humanity, and his divinity is divinity.
So then he's like,
divinity.
it sounds like if that were the case, then he would be 50% human and 50% divine.
No, that's
Okay,
not what the
so if
church
he's
teaches.
100% both, then that means his humanity is his divinity.
If he is outside of both, that his humanity is his divinity. No,
If he's 50-50, then you can make this distinction. But if he's 100% both, then you cannot make this distinction.
But in the beginning was the Word, right? So, and the Word became flesh. So we know that Jesus was around before time, right? So we know that he was with the Father in heaven.
Yeah, and was he a human? I'm not sure what this. What
He
the
was a
relevance
human.
is this.
He was a
yeah.
human,
So that I'm
right?
not sure. Like
So-
this just seems like a fun Jesus fact.
Okay. Okay. So what are you trying to prove, that he was either
just that his
50% human?
divinity is his humanity, which means that saying that his humanity existed in time but his divinity did not exist in time is just nonsense.
Why is that nonsense?
Because his humanity is his divinity.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that he became human. He took on human form.
He
He was still God.
Wait, he became human?
Correct.
So he went from one state to a different state?
No, he was still the same state.
But so he became human. So he became a thing that he already was?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't on Earth before that. So I guess you can make the argument that he wasn't human before that. So yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't human and then he became human.
Yeah.
So he changed.
No, he became human while also maintaining 100% divinity. He didn't.
But
he didn't.
So he became
It
100%
didn't take
human.
away from his divinity. What?
This is like the clearest change of all. Like, so
But
you're saying that he changed into
mystery
a
of the
human.
faith. That's the mystery of the faith, though, is that he became human, and we don't know how he's human and still God. That's what we believe, right?
So
We can't-
Jesus doesn't change, but he changed into a human.
He didn't change into a human. He took on human form.
But so he went from not human form to human form.
No, his soul before was with God the Father before the Nativity, where he was conceived and was born, and he still maintained his divinity as being God without limiting the humanity of him as well.
So was there a point where he went from unlimited to limited?
That's That's a good question. I can't really answer that because I haven't researched that specifically.
Okay.
But I don't
Was there a
understand how
point
that
where he went
disproves of
from? I'm sorry.
him resurrecting.
Was there a point where he went from limited to unlimited?
Is there a point where he went from limited to unlimited? So
Yeah, because you said he limited himself. Well, actually, no. Just like the statement he limited himself implies that there was a state when he was not limited. In order to become a thing, you cannot be the thing.
well, that would to imply that God doesn't have the supernatural capability to do that. But the church believes that God is omnipotent. You know, he's all power.
Mhm.
So
So you think that God can do contradictions?
contradiction in what sense?
Yeah, in the sense
Contradiction to the
that he
human
can, that he has
recognition of
he
it?
has the power. Your unchanging God has like the capability of changing into a limited form.
Well, that's the thing. He was never limited. He did exactly what he
He
said he
was
was going to
never
do.
limited. So, but you said that he was limited. That
Well,
God
then I
limited
then I
himself.
made a mistake, right? Because that was a quote from Cliff Mitchell, who isn't a Catholic
Yep.
minister, right? So
W throwing Cliff under the bus. Huge W.
I mean, I agree with a lot of the things he says, but there's some things that we disagree with. But regardless, he accepts Jesus, so he's
Okay,
still a brother
that's
in
fine.
Christ.
Yep. No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think
Because
Cliff.
because so far, like,
I think Cliff like sets people up for failure, but that's like a completely like separate
yeah,
thing.
that's a different thing.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Sure. So
like,
you think that like in no sense, do you think that Jesus was human before he was on Earth?
that's a question that he never really answered. He answered that he was with the Father in heaven. So we don't know if he had a human appearance when he was with the Father. I don't think so, because our human appearance, the church teaches that there's no human appearance in heaven. Our spirit is its own appearance, and that's what we'll fully see.
Okay, wait. So, it seems like there's a double bind here that no matter which way you answer this direction, it leads to or this question, it leads to contradiction. If you say no, he wasn't human, then that leads to a change that Jesus went from not human to human, or you can say that you think that he was a human even before he was on Earth. In which case, I think I'm just confused about what it means to be
But
a
you also
human.
have to remember that the Bible teaches that we were made in his image and likeness. So we, to a degree, look like God. So it's not outside of the question that if we were made in his image and likeness, that he could also take our form because he created our image.
And which God do we look like?
And what?
Which God do we look like? The Father, the Son, or the Holy Spirit?
What are you trying to say there?
Well, I just want to know because you said that we look like God. I'm just wondering which God.
Well, we believe that they're three in one.
Yeah,
So,
that's fine. But like, which of the three do you?
I'm I'm honestly not sure, like, what to answer that to that specifically, because we know that when we're referring to one of the Trinity, we're technically referring to all of them. So it's kind of hard to make a distinction when you can say, yeah, God the Father did that, but technically Jesus did that too. So
Okay. Let's do this one, I guess. So, I'm a person, you're a person, Lizzie is a person. We would have three people. The Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God. We would have three gods.
well, that's the mystery, right? And I'm not saying that.
Do you think that it's like just illogical?
Well, how would it be illogical? Because like to our human conceivability, it's illogical, but God is outside of that. So
God's outside of logic?
outside of the human understanding of logic. God
Okay.
is logic.
So can God do contradictions?
Like contradict in what sense?
Can God be like P and not P? Like a proposition is true and also a proposition is not true?
I think in the Bible it's very clear what God wants and what he doesn't want.
But
So-
can God do contradictions?
Like define a contradiction, because at
Yeah.
first
So
it was
do you know what a proposition is?
a proposition like, okay, I'll do this for you if I get this in return.
No, like a logical proposition. It's just like a statement that
No,
could be
can you
like true
explain?
or false.
Can you explain?
Yeah,
What
yeah,
that
like a statement that's like true or false, but not neither and not both.
statement is true or false, but not neither and not both.
Yeah, like the sky is blue is a proposition. It's a true proposition, whereas like the sky is red is a proposition. It's a false proposition.
Okay. So this, yeah, I don't really understand what that means, G. I'm gonna keep it real.
Okay. Just that there's like statements. I don't want to like condescend, but you know what like true and false are, right? Like it's
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
things that are capable of being like not everything is capable of being true or false. Like the word coconut isn't true or false.
Okay. So do I believe that God isn't what that is?
I can just like ask the questions probably. So do you think that God has the power to make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. So you think it's possible for the sun to both exist and not exist at the same time?
Yeah, technically.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's the absurdity.
But how is that absurd though? If I believe God is all powerful, then he can do anything.
I mean, I just don't think, like, to me, I could never accept a worldview that thought that the sun could both exist and not exist at the same time.
Well, we also know that God is love, so why would he do that?
I mean, I just don't think we're talking about possibility, that it's like possible for the sun to both exist and not exist.
Like in the eyes of God, yeah, but in the eyes of humanity, there's no way.
Yeah, I mean, which is why it's unreasonable for me to believe this worldview, in my opinion.
I mean, that's fine, but like I came on originally to like kind of, you know, prove the resurrection of Christ, or at least show that's kind of impossible to disprove it. And I kind of like, so far the conversation hasn't really added up to, yeah, Jesus, there's no way of proving, or sorry, there's no way of disproving that Jesus resurrected after he was died and put in a tomb.
That's fine, but that's your burden to prove that he actually was resurrected.
Well, the proof that he was resurrected outside of the Bible, in my opinion, the greatest explanation for that is that it's recorded that he was laid in the tomb, that he died on the cross. That's recorded. Like no theologian, no historian will deny Jesus' death. But
I mean, some historians deny Jesus even existed, so I don't think that's the case.
well, yeah, obviously, but not like
I wouldn't
not the
deny
most
that
respected
Jesus
one.
died. That's fine. We can say that Jesus died. There's just nothing outside of the Bible that indicates that he was actually resurrected. You need a source that isn't the Bible.
Oh, a source that isn't the Bible.
Yeah, you need a source that's not the Bible to prove that the Bible is true. This is true of like all things, right? Like,
yeah.
Think about it like a power strip. You couldn't power a power strip by plugging it into itself. You need to plug it into something else. And you can't prove the Bible is true by citing the Bible. You need to cite something else.
Well, there's also like the modern day times, right? Like a lot of people get fixed up on like stuff that's happened in the past, but there's a lot of strong evidence of like Eucharistic miracles, demons and possessions, apparitions of the Virgin Mary. These are phenomenons that like have like Eucharistic miracles specifically, the ones that are approved by the Roman Catholic Church, of course. They're outside of scientific understanding. And
is there a scientific study on any of them that would say as much?
Yeah. I can actually look it up for you.
So what's the scientific study on one of the miracles?
So okay,
because
so
there's like a couple miracles that I looked into in terms of like Roman Catholicism that everybody like saw like some stuff in the sky or whatever.
Oh, like Our Lady of Fatima?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
And it's just the scientific consensus is that it was like mass hysteria.
So 70,000 people said the same thing was true, and they're all wrong?
Yeah, that is like typically what's believed mass hysteria is. Yes, correct.
Okay, but you have to see that's kind of being pretty ignorant to, maybe there's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean maybe there's a possibility. Maybe there's not.
70,000 people walked up in the rain, saw the sky floating around, saw the Virgin Mary, Saint Joseph, and
They
Jesus
saw
right there
like
in
some
the
lights
sky.
in the sky. I don't think that's
No,
like
they saw.
crazy.
It's very clear what they saw. G. Multiple reports say that they saw the Virgin Mary, Jesus, and Saint Joseph. It wasn't just the
That's
phenomenon of the
not.
sky.
So do we have like all 70,000 accounts of exactly that?
Okay, come on, G. Do we need everyone in New York? 9/11 towers happened. Do we need everyone that was in
Well, we
Auschwitz?
have. So the difference is going to be like that we have like video footage.
Okay, but is video footage like
Video
proof
footage
of-
from that time period is like pretty like compelling evidence now.
Ooh, so you're saying that because nobody videotaped it in like the poorest place in Portugal, that you can't take a like.
So I could
2,000 of the
take like
70,000.
accounts. I just need like all the accounts to match.
And you said that the accounts don't match?
Well, just like, do we have like all the accounts and do they all match? Is there
Like all
even like a
70,000
single
people?
account that
Come
says
on,
no,
G,
this
you know
didn't happen?
that's not like really
Like-
that possible to get all 70,000 people. You feel me? Like that's gonna be hard, you know.
That's
Like,
that's
that's
fine.
not
But like,
realistic.
do we have like any accounts that say like the opposite?
No.
That these things didn't happen, or that it in fact was just like some lights?
I haven't seen any of that, to be honest. I haven't
Okay.
seen it, and I've researched it. I mean, there's also
So wait, how many accounts, like written accounts, that I could go and look up do we actually have of this event?
you can look them up. I don't know specifically because I don't need that much proof, right, or evidence because I know what I know. But I mean, you can, look it up and try and disprove it, and then we can
Yeah,
talk
I mean,
about
I've already looked into it, and the scientific consensus is that it's mass hysteria. So it seems like there is a
Well,
scientific explanation for this.
How does that make sense that 70,000 people all see the same thing?
Do you know what
and
mass
yet-
hysteria is?
No, explain it.
Yeah, so it's where you all come under like a combined shared delusion.
How?
It's like a phenomena that's like well documented. I'm not sure what the specific psychological mechanism is, but if you
So
if the claim you want to make is that like mass hysteria isn't possible, then I mean you can just take that up with
no,
like,
I'm
the
sure
field of
it's possible.
psychology.
I'm sure it's possible, but what I'm saying is that how can you prove that it's mass hysteria because one scientist said it was, when in reality the Catholic Church actually welcomes secular scientists because they want things to be disproven so that they don't have to deal with the backlash of if it's not from God.
Yeah, that's like totally fine. I'm saying that this is like the scientific consensus that when I looked into this, specifically every article that talked about it cited it as an
Can you
example
pull
of
up
mass
one, please?
hysteria.
And can I see it?
I mean, I could. My
Right.
laptop's like over there. I could like pull you up an article.
Yeah, just send it to me later. I mean, honestly, like there's also like the Eucharistic miracles.
Wait. I'm not. I don't want to go like from like miracle to miracle with you.
Mhm.
But if you have, I'm probably gonna move on to the next guest. But I do appreciate you coming on up here.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yep.
Didn't really.
That's fine. Hey, if you're enjoying the debate, make sure you drop a follow. If you're double tapping on that screen, let's get all the way up to 60K likes. Share it with your friends. Drop a comment if you want to support the stream. The Venmo is allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support, especially because it allows me to go live for even longer every single day. Thank you all so much for your very generous support. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. Also, if you want to join the community, the link to the Discord is in the bio. I'd love to see you there. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy, anything that you want to talk about, we can talk about there. And I would love to see you there. It's just a good old time. But let's get all the way up to 80K likes. We got this. While I look for the very next guest. What else? No way. Is that fucking Count Impula in the guest request box? Oh fuck, this is awkward.
Hey brother, how you doing?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
I'm good, man. Where are you from, please?
I'm from Colorado, in United States of America. How old are you?
25 years.
You're how old?
25 years old, 25.
And what's your religion?
Oh, I don't subscribe to any religion, brother.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm only looking for people who subscribe to a specific religion. So if that's not you, then that's like totally fine. I'm just not looking for that debate. Make sure you're only requesting to join if you're 18 or older and subscribe to either Christianity, Islam or Judaism. If you don't believe in any of those, then I'm not really interested in the conversation. But yeah, I mean, can we get Imp is like running from the debate, so let's get L Imp in the comment section. But yeah, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Sorry about that. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. You can drop me down.
Okay, yeah, I think
My
I
apologies.
will. All right. Yeah, Imp is a runner. Thanks so much for the rose, Princess Leia. I appreciate it. And thanks so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate those as well. Hey, what's up, War Photos? How's it going?
Good.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born? Is there War Photos? Are you fucking stroking your shit right now? Like, what's up? Why are these responses taking so long? Okay.
What? What do you want me to say?
Hey, Lena, thanks so much for the sent subscription. I appreciate it. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Oh, okay. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet. I forget what the third one was, but it's funny. I remember it was funny. Damn, I'm never gonna get another guest. This is so painful. Damn. If you're requesting to join, make sure you're 18 or older. Make sure you believe in the God of the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah. Fuck, I can't get anybody to come up. This is so bad. This is rough. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello.
You're not 18 or older.
Yes, I am, bro.
Nah, that's cap. Goth girl phobic. That's not the case. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 45.
Yeah, and what religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest
Whenever,
argument?
well, I'm not going to argue like to convince you that there's a God because that's your responsibility in that. But I wanted to, whenever I came in, you were saying, and I'm not sure the context of that question you were asking the other gentleman, like, can God make the sun exist and not exist at the same time? So before I get into that, what was your point in that question? I
Yeah,
just want
so
to get
this is
context of that.
this is the defeater. This is like the counter argument for when people say that God exists outside of logic or that God doesn't need to make logical sense. If they say that God doesn't make
hmm
sense, then that's fine, but they have to affirm nonsense. They have to affirm that the sun can both exist and not exist at the same time.
Okay, so with that said, we believe that God could, because he's all powerful. He's the creator of the sun. He's the creator of the universe. And that's not the argument because that's my belief. That doesn't have to be your belief. So we believe, of course, he can do that. But has that ever happened? So
Oh, so you think
that's
it's so
kind
just to
of,
be clear, you think it's possible that the sun can both exist and not exist?
if he wills it to exist and not exist. But when has the sun ever existed and not existed?
No, it
So
hasn't.
I
But
don't.
so the reason it hasn't is because it can't, because it's not possible, because contradictions can't exist. It's not possible for them to exist, which is why the sun has not both existed and not existed. The absurdity in that is saying that you think that the sun, it's possible for the sun to both exist and
Mm-hmm.
not exist. To me, if someone asked me, is it possible for the sun to both exist and not exist at the same time? The answer is obviously not. That's nonsense. That's directly contradictory.
It's nonsense. Correct. It is nonsense. But if you're asking somebody, do you think that God can make the sun exist and not exist at the same time? the answer would be yes, just because of our belief in God and who God is. And he is the creator of the universe, and he hung the stars in the sky. That if that's the way he wanted it to be, sure, it's possible. Is it a ridiculous argument in our minds and our human minds? It's ridiculous to think of that. But the answer to the question would always be yes, because we believe in God to be all powerful, and he's made everything.
Gotcha. So then you agree
That's
that
what
God
that
is like,
is.
so then you would be just directly affirming that God is like ridiculous, that a belief in a God is like ridiculous.
No, I wouldn't say that it's ridiculous. The question is ridiculous.
The
That if
but
you the only way to know that God does not contradict himself, and the only way to know that God is not ridiculous, is to get in the scriptures and
okay.
read those for yourself.
So do you think that do you think it's possible to have a ball that's 100% red and also 3% blue?
I mean, I don't understand where the logic of this is going, because, like, I need you to give me biblical examples of how you think that
It's
the
so we're talking
Bible
about
correlates to the sun existing and not existing, or a ball being whatever you said about the ball. It's easier to go through. Let's talk specifically about what my specific religion, which is Christianity. I believe in the God of the Holy Bible. So if you can be specific to that, then we may be
yes.
able to get somewhere.
Yes. So do you think your God is all powerful?
Yes.
So this is the problem with a God that's all powerful, is that it leads to contradictions.
Okay, like what?
Like the one that you just pointed out, like the sun can both exist and not exist. That's a contradiction.
No, that is not even,
So,
that's a fictitious
but
example. I'm
do you
saying talk
agree?
about
Do you
real
agree that that's a
examples.
contradiction?
It is yes, it's a
Okay,
contradiction of
so then
our human mind, but we're talking about God. We're talking about God.
your worldview leads to the conclusion, your God leads to the conclusion that contradictions are possible. In my view, contradictions are not possible.
What contradicts?
Yes,
What
a sun that
what is
exists and does
contradicted?
not exist at the same time is contradictory.
When has the sun ever
It
existed
can't do
and not
that.
existed?
It can't do that.
Okay, can we move past the sun?
I know you don't like
What
the argument. Sure, we can move past the
It's
sun.
not that I don't like the argument. It's like, let's not talk about fake contradictions, and let's talk about real contradictions in
Yeah,
your
sure. Let's
mind
talk about
about
real
it.
contradictions. Do you think God knows
Yes,
everything?
I do.
If you know everything, can you learn anything?
No, you cannot.
Do you think Jesus is God?
Yes.
Okay. So in Luke 2:52, it says that Jesus grew in wisdom. If you can't learn anything, then how can you grow in wisdom?
Okay, let me explain this to you. God, I'm a Trinitarian believer, so I believe God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Do you understand that? Do you
Well,
understand at
I think the
least
Trinity is complete
base level?
nonsense. Well,
Well,
I
I'm
think the
not
Trinity
asking
is
you what you
nonsense, but
think,
yeah,
but do you
I understand
understand
the
what the Trinity
idea.
is?
I understand the
Okay,
propositions entailed by the Trinity. Yes.
yes, because I'm trying to just get where you understand, even if you don't believe in it, because I can't talk to you about something that you don't have like a baseline understanding about, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
So
Yeah.
so you have that baseline understanding of how some believe in the Trinity.
Yeah, I
So,
understand the idea of the Trinity.
okay, so great. So we know from what our Bible says that in the beginning there was God and the Word. Later on, so that's Old Testament, they didn't understand who Jesus was. We have the whole revelation of the Holy Bible now. So now, if you just jump forward to the New Testament, then it's going to tell you that God gave up whenever he made himself flesh for everyone on earth, because he said I came to die for the sins of the world, not just me, but everyone in the world, that whoever should believe in him should have everlasting life. That's, whether you think that's ridiculous, that's my belief, and that's okay that you don't believe that. We're just talking about how this can be possible. So when God was
Can you
born
wait?
in the
Can you
flesh,
summarize? What point is this meant to respond to?
well, you're saying, how can God be? I mean, it's the question. I'm answering your question. How can God be all knowing, but Jesus is not all knowing? You asked me that question. I'm trying to
Yeah.
explain to you.
Yeah. Okay. Wait.
So when
You
Jesus,
agree that Jesus is not all knowing?
yes, I agree that Jesus was not all knowing on
Okay.
earth.
So
Jesus
but
was all
was
knowing
Jesus God?
before.
Was Jesus God on earth?
Well, the thing is that there's God the Father and God the Son, and they're two separate
But both of them are
beings,
God in the Trinity.
because that's what it tells us, that
Yes. So
they are one in nature. They are one in nature.
was Jesus ever not God?
No, he was not a
Okay.
created being. He
Yep.
existed from the beginning.
So Jesus was always God, and God knows everything, but Jesus
Hmm.
does not know everything, which means that
In
there's a
the flesh.
contradiction. But
That's not a that's
Jesus is God in the flesh.
you didn't let me finish. God existed in the beginning. He was not a created being. And Jesus, God and the Holy Spirit existed in the beginning according to the Holy Bible. They were infinite, always. Jesus decided to step down from the throne to take on human flesh. So he was 100% God, but he was also 100% human. So no, he didn't know what was happening in the next town over, and what Jim Bob was talking about in the next town over. No, he didn't. When he was in flesh, he gave up that to come down here in order to save the world, is the Christian view of that. Jesus ascended back into heaven after his death. He died, they crucified him. He died, he rose on day 3, and he is 100%, he is no longer human, but he's 100% God. So yes, God is all knowing. God the Father was always sitting up there. He never left heaven, but he sent the word, which is Jesus in the flesh, to this earth to do what the Bible says he's done. He did miracles. He told the people about the new covenant, because in the Old Testament, they were under a different law, different covenant with God. And God came and changed that, because, as you probably know, they were doing animal sacrifices and things like that for their sins, right? Well, that we're not under that covenant anymore, because Jesus is the sacrificial lamb. He is it. He came, gave his life. Therefore, there's no need for us to do any rituals from our trespasses against God.
Okay,
And
cool.
even if you don't believe it,
No,
do
that's
you
fine.
get what I'm saying? Do you get the concept?
Yeah, no, I get the concept. It's just contradictory. So you think that Jesus is God, or that Jesus is God in the flesh? That when Jesus was in the flesh, Jesus is God in the flesh. That God knows
Hmm.
everything. If Jesus in the flesh is God, then that implies that Jesus in the flesh knows everything. But you've also stated explicitly that Jesus in the flesh does not know everything, which means that you have to affirm both that Jesus in the flesh knows everything, and also that Jesus in the flesh does not know everything.
No, you did. That tells you're either wanting to reject it and hold on to
So
that it's
which
contradictory, or you
premise
never listened to anything I said about how that works.
do you reject?
The fact that I told you there's God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit.
Irrelevant. Irrelevant. Doesn't matter.
What
So
does it matter about that situation?
which premise that I said, if because you're saying that I'm not listening, but let's see if you were listening. Which of the premises that I said that came out of my mouth do you
That
reject?
that God in the flesh cannot be all knowing and are all knowing and not knowing at the same time. And I just explained to you how
So
that works.
you think that Jesus was both all knowing and also not all knowing in the flesh?
I said God is all knowing. When Jesus
Yes.
came down to the earth, he gave up his standing in heaven to become flesh like we are flesh.
Not relevant. Let's stick to the things that I said.
How is that?
It's because I want to know which premise you reject. So if you
I
think,
just told you and you're
yes,
still
yeah,
not
you told
listening.
me. It sounds like you just reject. Like I agree that. So you just bite all the way into the contradiction. Then you just like bite down really hard and say that yes, Jesus can both know everything and also not know everything.
Jesus did not know everything when he was on
Yes.
the earth.
Okay, but when Jesus was on the earth, was he God?
Yes, he
And
was
does God
God.
know everything?
Okay.
It's a yes or no question. Does God know
No, it is
everything?
not a yes or no
So wait,
question.
so
It
the
is
answers are either
absolutely
yes, God
not.
does know everything, no, God does not know everything. I know you're a yapper. I know you're a preacher. I know you want to yap and preach.
I'm
But
not
let's
preaching.
stick.
I'm just trying to explain to you. I'm not
You are
even trying.
preaching.
Listen, I'm trying to
It's a
explain
yes
to
or
you
no
that Chris.
question.
No,
Does
it is not.
does God know everything?
When God the Father was up in heaven still,
Does
he was
God
all knowing, and he never stopped being unknowing
does God
ever.
know every? Oh, perfect.
Yes,
So
he
he
does.
never stopped being all knowing. Perfect. Awesome. So Jesus knew everything.
Jesus was in the flesh, sir. I don't know what my explanation of how us Christians, you don't have to believe it, but do you not understanding that when Jesus was in the flesh, he was not all knowing then in that moment, but yes, he was all powerful in that moment. He was all power. He never lost his power, but he wasn't like omnipotent, like
So he was.
while he was in the flesh, but
Gotcha.
God the Father was still omnipotent. Do you know what omnipotent
Yeah,
means?
yeah. So he was omnipotent, which is not to say that, and like, so he wasn't all powerful, but he was like omnipotent.
God the Father never stopped being omnipotent. Jesus
Yeah.
is omnipotent. When he decided to put on our flesh skin, even though he was God still, God in nature, he gave up having to know everything that was going on. He walked like us. He was like us. He wasn't like the shining thing that just walked the earth. He was flesh. He dealt with temptation. He dealt with the things that us humans on this earth with sadness or happy or all these things that we deal with as human beings. He also took on himself when he came into flesh.
Okay. I'm going to give you two propositions. So, if someone is God, then they know everything. Jesus in the flesh is God. Do you agree with both of these? That if
Yes, God, he was always God, but he was God in flesh.
yeah. So you agree with the second one. And do you agree that if someone is God, then they know everything?
Let me think about how I need, because you're not getting what I'm
It's
saying.
just a yes or no answer.
It is not a yes or no answer because if I say, yes, God is all knowing, and then you're going to say, well, that's a contradiction because we're going
Yes,
on this
correct.
merry-go-around, so I already
That
know
is
what you're going to
precisely what
say.
I'm going to say. And if you say no, then I'm going to say that that's a contradiction. You're correct.
Yes, so why do you, instead of just trying to
Because
understand,
your
even,
worldview entails contradictions. That's my point.
oh, so what is the worldview? Okay,
That
so is
just like
this
believing in
besides what God is?
Christianity. Like Christianity entails contradictions. Yeah.
Like, is there
Like
any
wait.
other
Just like
contradiction?
refusing to answer because you see the contradiction doesn't make you look good. In fact, like, you look extraordinarily dishonest by acknowledging explicitly that if you answer one way, you're gonna have a contradiction, and if you answer the other way, you're also gonna have a contradiction.
Well, it
Like,
wasn't. It's not
if you
being
acknowledge
dishonest.
both of
It's
these things
being
and then just
like
refuse to answer, it just sounds like you're coping.
I just was talking to you and laid out this whole thing of what Christians believe. So you're rejecting what I'm saying. So that's kind of dishonest, because I'm not asking you to believe what I'm saying. I'm looking for your understanding of what I'm saying, and you're not getting there. So
It
you're
doesn't
taking me
make
on this
sense because it has
merry-go-round
contradictions.
of
Yeah.
wanting me to answer the same question that I just
Yep.
took 3
Okay, cool.
minutes
That's fine.
explaining to you
I'll
how it
spare
is.
you. I'll
Wait,
spare you the answer. So earlier, I'll just answer it for you
okay,
because you answered it earlier. So you
go
said
ahead.
you agreed that God knows everything, which implies that if someone is God, then they know everything. Jesus in the flesh is God. This implies that Jesus in the flesh knows everything. This is a contradiction because Jesus in the flesh, as you admitted, does not know everything, which means that we have Jesus in the flesh knows everything, P, and Jesus in the flesh does not know everything, not P. So we have a contradiction.
And then so because you're focusing on God, the word God, instead of trying to just understand, even if it doesn't make sense to you, because that's okay that it doesn't make sense to you. I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just basically laying out what the belief in Christianity is, and you're rejecting what I'm saying. That
Gotcha.
when
No,
I
that's
said,
fine.
how is God not all knowing on the earth, when you're forgetting a whole nother part? There's God the Father that sits on the throne in heaven, that never gave up his omnipotence. But Jesus gave up his omnipotence, not his power, but his omnipotence for the world, so he can walk this world. He can go preach the gospel to the world, and then ended up dying for it. Was the whole thing. Like, he died, he literally died, but yet he's not dead. I guess you can say that is a contradiction in your heart also, because he rose on the third day. He defeated death, and that was a sign of, I conquered death, because sin equals death according to our beliefs, any Christian belief. Sin equals death. Doesn't mean that we're going to walk this life perfectly, right? We're still going to sin as Christians. Majority of us are not high and mighty and shaking our fingers. We have our own troubles that we struggle with in this life, even though we are Christian. But the difference between me and maybe someone else that is not a Christian is that they don't have a view of what walking like Christ looks like, and striving to get as close to that, even though we're never going to do it, because the Bible says we all fall short of the glory of God. We all do. But through Jesus is how he kind of bridges the gap between us and God the Father. So you're not understanding that God the Father didn't take a part of himself and put it in the world. These are two different beings that we're talking about. Two distinct beings, and they're one in nature. You understand that?
I didn't listen to a fucking word of that.
This is the thing. This is why I wanted to join your live. I see lives like this all the time. God isn't real. Request to join if you disagree. So it makes me think, why do if they don't believe and they're not willing?
All right, let's forget about that. Hey, if you're enjoying the debates, make sure you drop a follow so you never miss a single debate in the future. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Someone should Venmo me for the the experience that I just had. But make sure you're sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. And if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would love to see you there. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo, what's going on, man?
Thanks for bringing me on. Loving your show.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Hey, so I do disagree with you,
Yeah.
and I'm going to explain why.
Can I ask what your religion is first?
My religion? Oh no, I don't have religion.
Oh, I'm only looking for people who believe in like Christianity, Islam, or Judaism. So if that's not you, don't request to join. I'm only looking to debate people who believe in Christianity, Judaism, or Islam. Be 18 or older. Don't be driving. Those are the only stipulations. And I'm sorry about that, but I don't want to waste your time and I don't want to waste mine. So, hey, what's up? How's it going?
But you're a nerd.
Yeah, okay. So, can I ask how old you are?
I'm 23, bro.
Okay. And what religion do you believe in?
Christianity, bro.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. I'm like feeling out the vibes.
You're like a false nerd, bro. Why do you do this?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's fun. I like philosophy.
I bet you do think it's fun.
Yeah, this is a blast. Are you kidding?
I know.
Having the time of my life here. I'm gonna think about this after I'm done. This is like all I think about all day.
I know, bro. You should just probably go to church if you want to know. Like, so bad.
Well, I've been to church and I feel like it didn't really help me. So
I know, but like, if you're forced to go to church, you won't really be able to find the Lord. You know what I'm saying? So like, you gotta want to do it yourself.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't want to. So,
but I don't know, bro. Just
did you go to like synagogue?
I low-key just
often,
wanted
or-
to get on here to tell you you're a nerd, bro.
Okay, that's fine. Can I ask you some questions, or do you want to run?
Oh, well, you don't let other people answer and you cut them off, so I don't
Well,
want
no,
you to ask me questions.
I let
just
them
wanted
answer
to
if
join your
their
live
answers
and,
are like
take it over.
topical, right?
'Cause I'm,
Like,
yeah.
So I let people answer until they like one of two things happens. They've given me enough information to where like I understand what they're saying and I can proceed like given their answer.
Hey, I'm gonna let you
or-
know, bro. I don't really care what you have to say. I just wanted to join it.
Okay, that's fine. So
I just hope I will pray for you though.
no, that's fine. Wait. I vow to you solemnly that I will not interrupt you.
What?
Kaylin, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Kaylin and W666 in the comment section. I appreciate it. Okay. So
I just every dang, there's dogs. I got dogs. But every day, bro, I'm just scrolling through TikTok and I see you, bro, and you're like trying to say God isn't real and stuff. But like, I don't know, dude. I can't really talk right now. I got dogs, but like I said, I didn't really care to listen to you. I'm just saying, I'm just scrolling through TikTok every day and I see God isn't real. God isn't real. But I don't know, bro. That's just something you gotta find on yourself. But like at the end of the day, there's no reason to sit here and like cut people off and like throw people's like beliefs out there because you're really like sitting behind the camera and you're saying you're wanting to listen to them, but like you're really not trying to listen to them. You're like one of those people that are like against God or something like that. I don't even know what to say, bro. This is not my type of topic. I just know the things that you do infuriates me. But like at the end of the day, I just sit here and laugh at your live. But I mean, you're getting money from it, I guess. But at the end of the day, you're sitting here just like, what are you doing? Like, are you just? I don't know.
wait, do you know Chapel Roan?
Do I what?
Do you know Chapel Roan?
Yeah.
You know Chapel Roan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing Hot to Go by Chapel Roan.
What? But I just don't know. I see your other little friend too, Dean, bro.
Yeah,
Y'all
love
two
Dean.
are like two toxic. Like you're like a double duo. You know what I'm saying? Like a toxic duo.
Fuck yeah. I'm like uranium and Dean is like fucking different thing that's toxic.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
Like a poison dart frog.
I literally have no clue what I'm talking about on here, bro.
No, we can tell.
I just wanted to join here and call you a nerd because, like, in real life, I just, work and I do things, but then, like, I normally never do this, and I didn't think that you were going to accept this, and I was just, like, wanting to call you out because, like, I don't know. If you want to know about God, bro, just go to church. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you feel like you've sufficiently virtue signaled, or do you want to talk even
I don't
more?
care what I've done here. I just
No,
want
yeah,
to
no,
know
I
that
can
you're a
tell that
false
you don't
nerd.
care because like you look when you come up and like insult people, You look just
But
terrible.
you don't care to listen to anybody. I've watched your lives like for like at least 3 days now because I've seen you on my For You page, and you really don't care what these other people have to say. You sit here and just like laugh at them, and then you like basically joke around, and then you don't take anything serious.
No, I actually do take it seriously. I
But you
mean,
don't though, bro. You're like a You're like a wannabe Ben Shapiro.
listen, I can't even say what I'd rather do. Um,
But like I'm pretty sure
I would
Ben
rather
Shapiro would like
schmill myself
he should be on his
than
live.
become
Like
Ben
I'm
Shapiro.
going to listen.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it just sounds like you're running away because you have no arguments.
I'm running away. I'm
Yeah.
just calling you a nerd. I told you I had nothing
Okay.
to say.
That's fine. Yeah, we can tell. So I just want to, but I am like interested. So do you think God could make a rock that's so heavy you can't lift it?
I think God created you.
Okay. Do you think that was the question?
No, I don't care what the question was.
Okay. Yeah, you're doing really well.
I
Why do
know
you think
I'm doing
God
what I
created
want.
me?
Why God created you? I mean,
Yeah.
for you to be a loving being and probably learn and build something for yourself and work hard. I don't know, be nice, kind. I don't know, just be something for yourself and do it for right reasons and not the wrong reasons. You know what I'm saying? Just don't laugh at people, accept people, all this. But you sit here and laugh at everyone, so it irritates me that I sit here and people are genuinely trying to share their like stories and stuff, and you're laughing at them. I don't know what to say. You're just like a false podcast. But at the end of the day, it has nothing to do with me. I really did not think that you were gonna accept me. But
I think maybe I was unclear with my wording. I'm not asking like why
I
would
don't
God
care
make
what you have
me.
to say though. I'm
I
telling
think
you what I want.
I think my question is more in line with like what makes you think God created me?
What makes me think that God created you? Well,
Yeah.
if you believe in evolution, then you don't believe in God. But at the end of the day, I'm saying I believe in religion and I believe in like Christianity. I believe there is a higher power, but I've always known Christianity, so I believe in Jesus. But at the end of the day, whether to say that there is a God, I'm not too sure of. But I know that there is something higher, and we weren't made for nothing, and I believe that there is every religion has an idol, and it could be all the same idol. We just haven't interpreted it the right way. But at the end of the day, I'm saying I don't think our God is all bad, and I think that He would want us to improve on ourselves and evolve and be better and learn in our lives. And if I don't know how to explain it, bro, I'm just yapping at this point.
No, don't say
But
that. Yeah. So, let's talk about
I
evolution. So,
just
if evolution isn't true, then why does all the evidence seem to point to evolution? Whether it be the DNA genetic similarities between us and like so many other animals, or like the fossil record, which indicates very clearly that there's like an evolutionary process where we went from one being to like the next one over like an extremely long period of time via like radiocarbon dating.
bruh, what are you, bruh? You're not real.
Is there something that I said that was confusing?
No, bruh, there's nothing confusing, but I'm just saying you're not real. I told you I'm not here on your live to answer your questions.
Oh, then it seems like you're here to like just
I'm just
insult me
waiting for
and
you to
leave,
kick
or
me like you did everyone else
okay,
because they're
well,
not religious.
no. So I'm keeping you here, and I'm keeping you for a reason.
Yeah, because
It's because
you're liking the show
you look
or whatever.
fucking terrible right now, and you
I
make
look terrible.
Christianity look fucking terrible.
Okay, well that's
Yeah,
not
you
my
can't
fault,
answer
but I
like
know that
basic
I'm.
objections. Yeah.
You said what?
You can't answer basic objections. You say evolution isn't real, and I push you, and you fall over
I did not say
immediately.
evolution isn't real,
So
first of all.
you said that you can't both believe in God and believe in evolution, which means that if you believe in God, you don't believe in
I
evolution.
said if you believe in evolution, you can't believe in God
Gotcha.
because
So then you're saying that you don't believe in evolution. Because if you did believe in evolution, that would mean that you can't believe in God, which means that you don't believe in evolution.
bruh, I don't like. I'm saying that if you believe in evolution, you can't believe in God. It's just like I don't even know, bro. I'm not answering your questions. All I'm
Yeah.
saying,
No, I know you're not, which is why I'm like asking you. So, So do you believe in evolution?
Do I believe in evolution? I believe that if you're a science nerd and that you think that we came from a single-celled organism or whatever, like, then yeah, 100%. But I believe that we were created and put on this planet. We didn't just evolve from something that was.
So what do you think all like the fossils of dinosaurs are?
Like, what do you mean? Like, what do I think all the fossils of dinosaurs are?
Yeah, so we
I
have
think
dinosaur fossils. What do you think those are?
past. It's past. It's history. It has nothing to do with today. I mean, other
There's
than
nothing
that,
to do with today. So
no.
what about all the fossils of like the beings who no longer exist but
Yeah,
have like a
it's just something
direct
we
like
study and we
genetic
learn.
lineage to
But
us?
where does it exist today?
Well,
Other than
they're extinct today
I know, but what does that have to do with now? If it
because
doesn't exist
dinosaurs'
today,
ancestors are like chickens.
yeah, okay, I get that. And birds are just is a type of raptor, okay? But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I'm just saying I'm not. How does this go? And I don't even know, bro. I got on here to call you a false nerd. I'm not a nerd
No,
myself. I'm
I know.
telling
I
you.
mean, we all heard it. So if by nerd you just mean like someone who like knows basic facts about the world, then like I
No,
will
you know
gladly wear
nothing,
the
bro.
title of nerd.
You're like someone that sits in your room, reads a dictionary, and learns everything for the wrong reasons.
I didn't realize there was a wrong reason to learn something.
No, you're learning. You're like I said, you're a false Ben Shapiro. Like you're a wannabe Ben Shapiro.
No, I want
You're
to
not
be
smart.
nothing like wait, let me be
But
very
I'm not
clear about
smart either.
this. I would fucking demolish Ben Shapiro in a debate about God.
No, you
But
would not, bro. He would
he
dookie on
would
you.
never
He
debate
would
me.
dookie on you, bro.
There is
I'm not.
no shot Ben Shapiro would ever
I'm
debate
just
me
sitting
because
here
he's
laughing, bro.
scared and
Look,
because
you're
him,
going down
like
because
all
of
other
your thing, bro.
theists, like
You
you
want me in
especially,
here?
are scared.
Ben Shapiro would poop on you, bro. I don't know what you're
That's
talking about.
fine. Then like set it up or whatever.
Well, I don't know Ben Shapiro. You set
Yeah,
it
me
up.
neither.
You get more clout than me, bro.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, he's never gonna debate me is the problem. So
Oh well, eventually. I mean, you keep going down this path, bro. You'll end up meeting him. I'm sure.
thanks. That's like very encouraging. Thanks. I
No,
appreciate that.
I don't hate on you, bro. But I'm just saying you're a false nerd. Like I
Yeah,
know
yeah, of
you
course.
have ill intentions behind this. Like you sit here
Yeah,
and swear you want
yeah.
to listen to these people, and I'll be the crash out for like dumb people. You know, like the people that don't want to listen. Like you know what I'm saying? Like you guys sit here and laugh at everyone. Like they're genuinely spreading their like. You're wanting to know. You're asking them, is God real or whatever? I can't talk because I'm antisocial as it is. Like I don't know how to form words and stuff. I'm just like you just irritate me to my like soul because
Yeah.
like I'm sitting here like every day, bro. I get on TikTok and I don't know how I see you. I could just block your thing.
Have you considered just like turning your phone off?
No, I'm not on my phone that much. That's what I'm saying. You're live every day. I sit here, open TikTok. My screen time on my phone is 2 hours. But I'm saying, I sit here, open my phone, and I scroll down. And you're like one of the first lives that pops up. And it's always you like kicking somebody off because you don't agree with them.
Yeah, let's go.
So whatever
One of
you're
the first
doing, bro,
one
in
of
the
the biggest
algorithm,
lives. Let's fucking go.
whatever you're doing in algorithm, yeah, it's right, bro. But
Thanks, I appreciate it. That's like
I
very
hope you get $1
appreciated.
million
Yeah.
from
I think
that.
I think I've gotten bored of this, but I do appreciate
Good,
you
I
making an
appreciate.
embarrassment of Christianity. Make sure you're dropping a follow, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. Um, and with that, we'll go on to the very next guest. All right, look who's done running. There's no escape for you, imp. It's done. It's done.
Listen, okay, I can explain myself. I was tapping the screen. I was in a bus. I was driving back from CPR, and I clicked the request, and I was like, wait, why am I requesting? How can I do this? It was not Discord. It was TikTok. They did this. Okay?
Yeah.
I had
gotcha.
nothing to do with it.
Gotcha.
Nothing.
Are you running away again?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually,
I
no,
accept
I'm
your
not
surrender.
running away. I'm not
I
running.
accept your surrender. Oh yeah, we're nearly at 666 members in the Discord server. So if you want a fun experience, join the Discord server. Link in bio. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm like trying to finish showing right fast and shit. But
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you, you're not wrong, buddy.
Oh, wait. So do you disagree or do you agree?
I give you your props, bro. You onto something. I agree with you, buddy. Even the whole term God, the name itself doesn't exist. It's not real. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
well,
It's something that they created. It's like the creators. Like, to be honest with you.
yeah, I appreciate it, but I'm only looking for people who disagree. But thanks so much for requesting to join and for coming on up here. And make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to, let's get all the way up to 100K likes. We try to find the very next guest, but make sure you're sharing it with your friends, doing whatever. Only request to join if you believe in the Christian God, the oh, okay, I'm sorry, I was like reading a message, but yeah, like the Christian God, the Jewish God, or the Muslim God. Otherwise, fuck. While we try to get the very next guest on in here. Hey, what's
I
up? How's it going?
believe Redlock God created the universe 40 million, billion, gazillion years ago. She farted and it created the Big Bang. And that's actually why you see the gas clouds. And
Gotcha. What an interesting take. What a bright young gentleman. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello,
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay, and what religion are you?
Christian.
Gotcha. So,
So
what's
I
your
just wanted to say, you can still be saved. It's not too late. You can change your ways and God still loves you right now, even though you're going against him. And you still have the opportunity in your life. You're not done with God. You still have the opportunity to get with him,
Okay.
just so you know.
Yeah, and why would I want to do that?
Because he is real,
Okay.
100%.
And what makes you think that?
And because, first of all, when my dog died, the day after he died, a butterfly appeared on his bed outside and stayed there for about 3 days, just flapping its wings. And every time I walked outside, the butterfly flew onto my shoulder, and I knew it was my dog. And
3
I've
whole
seen past
days?
relatives in my dreams who told me heaven is real, and they believed in God. And yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying, well, it seems like you've contradicted yourself because you said that there was a butterfly who sat on the bed the entire time, but this butterfly also flew onto your shoulder, so it was both on the bed the entire time, but
It
also
never left his bed that he died on outside. It came to my shoulder
except when
anytime I
it
came
came to your,
outside.
did it bring the bed with it?
It didn't bring the bed with it, no.
So it left the bed.
It would go to my shoulder and then it would go back to the bed, and I knew it was my dog in
Got,
spirit.
yeah, just for like 3 whole
And by the way,
days?
before the evolution, whatever the hell you were talking about there, before the evolution came God. He created all of the monkeys or whatever came first. Because energy can't be created nor destroyed. So a bigger being had to create all of the energy that was eternal. That
Oh,
being was eternal. God is eternal.
oh, I would just say that that we came from the singularity, that the singularity is like the collection of like matter and energy, and that the singularity is eternal.
What?
Yeah. So that there was just so because you need to say that there's like a God who has like a mind, who's all loving, all powerful, all knowing, whereas I can just say that there was just like some fucking matter and energy, and that it's just been here forever.
Well, God was the eternal being who created us to be eternal spiritual beings. He was always here.
Yeah, and I'm saying that that's your worldview, and in my worldview, I think the singularity was always here.
Okay, I respect your view, but I'm saying you should get with it before it's too late.
I don't know why I would do that. Like why I'd like waste my time going to church every Sunday when I could.
You don't have to go to church to be loved by God. You just have to respect his name.
Oh, I think, but it's like much more fun to like disrespect his name, so I'm not really sure why I would do that.
I'm not gonna talk to a Satanist.
I'm not. I think Satan is equally as fake. Oh, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop a comment as well, and if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -in, the Cash App's just allegedly in. I appreciate it. Also, Hail Satan. Let's get a Hail Satan stream going in the comment section. Penny, thanks so much for the money on Cash App. I'm sorry I missed that, but I really appreciate it. W Penny in the comment section. Hey, what's up, Rachel? Rachel, how's it going?
Yo, yo, yo. So I was raised Christian. I'm 38. I'm no longer a Christian though, but I do believe there is a God.
I'm only looking for debates with people who are Christian, Jewish, or Muslim. Absent that, it's not really too interesting to me, and I'm sorry about that. But if you don't believe in those, don't request to join. I'm only looking for debates with people who are Jewish, Muslim, or Christian. Make sure you're double tapping on the screen, sharing it with your friends. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo, what's up, bro? Do I gotta put headphones on?
You don't have an echo. You're good.
All right, sweet.
How old are you?
I'm 34.
And what religion are you?
Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the truth of Christianity?
I don't know if I have like a strong argument. I mean, there's a bunch of ways you can go. Like a lot of people take like the morality thing. A lot of people say like the Bible say like nature testifies of God himself, but I'll just say like the intelligent design of humanity, like how we're all here and everything just works like seemingly like perfectly together.
Okay, so do you think that like us getting skin cancer from the sun is perfect?
Well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily like. Yeah, I would say it's perfect. Yeah, I would say that.
So you think that us getting skin cancer from the sun is perfect?
No, I would say like the way the sun works will be perfect, but you know, too much of anything is a bad thing, pretty much. Like,
could God have made it such that we didn't get skin cancer from the sun?
Well, in like Christianity, right? Like at the beginning, if you go back to like the Garden of Eden, like everything was perfect, and then we kind of messed everything up, and then at that point, we're no longer in the presence of God, and we're living in a world of sin, and everything kind of like more or less gets like corrupted in a sense. So I would say, yeah, it could have been perfect. Everything could have been good, but you know, like I said, and too much of anything can be a bad thing. So like for instance, like the sun could kill you, but if I'm running around just eating whatever I want, I could die from eating something poisonous. I could walk outside, get smacked by a car. Someone else can kill me. You know, literally, I can stay underwater too long. All of a sudden, I'm drowning. Like, literally anything can kill you.
Wait, so do you think like too much like stopping genocide is bad?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you think too much stopping genocide is bad?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so you're saying that like too much of anything is bad for you. Is like if you spend too much time trying to, or if you like stop too many genocides, is that bad?
Well, what I meant by that is like too much of anything can like kill you, basically, right? So not anything, obviously. Like you can love eternally, and you're probably not gonna die, right? Unless you got some weird ass like I don't know way that you love. But you know, my point was basically that a lot of things can kill you, right? You stand out in the sun, you can die. You stand out in the cold, you can freeze to death. You stand out in the heat without drinking water, you're gonna dehydrate, you're gonna die. So
yeah, wait, so why would God make it such that the sun literally gives us like skin cancer?
Well, I don't think he made it with that intention so that we can get skin cancer. But the sun, the way it's built, is literally like perfect for the earth, right?
Did God know that the sun would give us skin cancer?
I think for sure he would know that it would be capable of that if we weren't responsible with the way that we lived.
Okay, does God know everything?
I would say so, yeah.
Then does God know everything about the future?
If God knows everything, yeah, he should know.
Yeah. So then God knew that the sun would give us skin cancer like very frequently.
Right, but you know,
and he made it the exact same way regardless.
But I would say like, you know, like your mom and your dad, hopefully they decided to have you and it wasn't like an accident or something like that, right? But if they have you, they know that you're going to live a life and it's not necessarily going to be good all the time. You're going to go through hardships. It's going to be good things. It's going to be bad thing. Baby Ann might have dropped and, you know, might have fell and hurt himself at some point. And they know you're going to go through these different pains in life. But overall, you know, life is a good thing exactly the way that it is. It's not meant to all be good. It's not meant to all be bad. We got these different things in life, and these kind of teach us, you know, the laws of life, essentially, like the laws and orders of life, how to live life the right way. So I don't think necessarily because something can kill you that it's like evil or that it's a bad thing. There are things that are, but I wouldn't say like the sun is.
Yeah, so why would God pick like skin cancer specifically? Like why would he make the sun do that to us if he could have just made the sun not do that to us?
Well, the sun, I'm not a scientist, but I'm sure that the sun,
So
with
it
the level of
emits
radiation,
UV rays which cause like genetic mutations which cause like cancer.
yeah, but look at all the other good things. You go down on the UV scale, you got radio waves, you're able to make a microwave,
Yeah, sure.
you got
But could
X-rays.
God have just made it such that it like doesn't do that, or such that these like rays don't give us cancer? Like,
I
does
don't
God
think
have
if
the
it,
power to? I'll ask this like more directly. Does God have the
yeah,
power to have all of the good things without the skin cancer?
I would say he probably could do that, but I think that goes down to
So then God chose skin cancer,
no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I
but
think that the sun
he.
is made perfectly the way that it is. And maybe for us, it's not the best thing to be out in the sun 24/7. But for instance, like a tree isn't going to get skin cancer. A plant isn't going to get skin cancer. They need the sun. So there's certain things that rely on it that need it to do that. But,
So you
us,
don't
we're
need to
just
be
out
out
in
in
the
the sun
things.
24/7 to get skin cancer. You get skin cancer. You can be out in the sun for like just a matter of like moments and get skin cancer from that.
Mm.
You can leave the house in like full sunscreen, spend like just like 30 minutes a day in
Yeah.
direct sunlight and get skin cancer.
So what will make that evil?
The fact that it's skin cancer, that God gave people skin cancer,
Right. But why is that evil?
I think it's evil to unalive people.
Because,
So if I gave people skin cancer, that would be evil.
right, I understand that, but he's not giving you skin cancer. It could be a certain side effect of the sun that exists, but why necessarily is that evil? Because what? Because, like, why? Because it
So
leads to
so okay,
death?
let's say I make like a robot that has like lots of beneficial qualities. It like sucks carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere to prevent like global warming. And then it like also goes around and like gives people fucking cancer. Is this robot good? Like would it be if I could have either made this robot or a robot that does all the good things without giving people cancer, but I make the robot that gives people cancer and also does the good things, then do you think that that's evil?
Well, it depends, right? So if you say,
It
so
depends.
obviously if its intention is to give you cancer, yeah, that's probably pretty evil, right? Because at that point, it's just committing genocide. But if the robot, for instance, if the robot is doing that and it's doing all these good things, and then one of the side effects of that will be to give skin cancer, then at that point, it is just like the sun. So I understand what you're saying, where it's like the death thing. All right, if something can cause death, then it's evil, right? But there's
Okay.
so many things in this world that can cause death. You can
Okay,
cause death.
do you think a
You could
better
drive
creation
and
do you think a better
accidentally hit an old
creation would have
lady and she's
been
dead.
do you think a better creation would have been one like the robot that did all the good things but doesn't give people skin cancer? Would that have been a better creation?
Well, that's pretty much like paradise, like a perfect world. So like,
No,
for
but I'm
instance,
asking like the robot.
what was that?
I'm asking about the robot. Would it have been a better creation?
To do all the good things and not skin cancer? Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, and would it have been a better creation to make a sun that does all the good things without giving us skin cancer?
Well, again, like the thing is, right, when you think about that, and just let me go off on this little tangent, even though it's going to be related, right? So, death isn't final in Christianity, right? So, we look at the sufferings of the world, and it literally tells us we're going to suffer like Christ did. We're going to live on this earth. He lived on this earth fully human, just like us, and we're literally going to go through the same stuff. Death, we don't look as, if you're Christian, you don't look as death as the final point. We understand we're going to die. It could be from X, Y, Z reason, but we understand that through Christ, he gives us a second chance at life and we'll live eternal with him. So we don't look at
Would it
earth like this is the final place and the grave is the final resting place. So we're not necessarily going to sit there and get pissed off when we get skin cancer. Like, yeah, we'll get mad, but you're not really going to curse God for it. You're just going to take it. You're going to just basically take it as it comes. If you go outside, you get smacked by a car and you're a true Christian, you're not going to sit there and curse God. God, why did you let me get hit with this car, you son of a bitch? You know, you're not going to do that. You're going to accept it as it comes
So
for God.
if God came down and like grabbed a baby and threw a baby into an incinerator, would that be a good thing?
I wouldn't think it would be a good thing. I couldn't
Yeah,
see
cool. So then we
like that.
acknowledge that God
Mhm.
doing actions that result in people's being unalive, that's not necessarily good.
Well, you said if God himself literally picked up a small child and threw it in an incinerator, not if God made a sun that basically powers the entire world and stops us from going
No,
into
but he
cold and
chose. So
extinct.
let's say God like came down, picked up like a bunch of children and threw them into an incinerator, and then like stopped climate change, which would lead to like human extinction. But he could have just come down and like stopped climate change. Do you think that that's like a moral action? Given the two options, and that God is all good, that he does the most moral thing in every scenario, do you think that the most moral thing to do is to incinerate all these kids and then solve climate change when you could just solve climate change?
I get what you're saying. So you're basically saying like the sun, by byproduct of existence itself, murders millions and thousands across generations or whatever the number might
Yeah.
be. But again, it's like that's not the intention of the sun. He didn't create the sun as like a giant nuclear thing that is murdering people constantly, right?
Oh, that's fine. Wait, let's talk about earthquakes for a second
that's
then,
what I
because I
wanted
think earthquakes get around this problem completely. So if
Yeah.
God's all good and he controls the natural order of things, why would he cause earthquakes?
Again, that's the same thing as the sun. Like what necessarily makes an earthquake evil?
Because it unalives 60,000 people every single year.
Right, but what makes how could something that's like has no soul, no spirit, no intention be evil? You can't call an earthquake evil. It's not doing it with an intention.
So
you're saying that the
you think that
creator is the
you
evil
think
one.
that earthquakes, that the taking the life of 60,000 people a year isn't evil?
It's an inanimate object. It's what I don't know
Well,
if you
yeah,
can
wait.
call an
So who
earthquake an
made the
inanimate
earth?
object, but it doesn't have a soul. It doesn't have a mind of its
Who
own.
made
Doesn't
the
have a
earth do
spirit.
that?
What's that?
Who made the earth do that?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So you're saying the person who created the earthquake would then be evil, right?
Yeah.
Right. So how many humans kill each other every year through car accidents, through murder, through death? Like I
Yeah.
would say
So
it's
do you
probably
think
close
murder
to,
is
if not
bad?
more than
Do you,
earthquakes, right?
do you think murder is bad?
Of course, everybody
Yeah, and I
does.
think earthquakes are bad. So just pointing out all the other times that humans are unalive doesn't really get you around the fact that like unaliving humans is bad.
No, but
No,
my point is
knowingly
that
unaliving humans is a bad thing to do. If you caused a car accident knowing that it would take the life of somebody else, you've done a
right.
bad thing.
Yeah, so I'm saying an earthquake doesn't have a mind of its own. So I'm saying how is that a bad thing? How
Because
can you
God
say
caused it.
earthquake is
Because
evil?
because God has a mind and God caused earthquakes. This is like asking like, well, how can you think that this thing is bad? How can you think that like guns are bad when guns don't have a mind of their own?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what that is, though.
Yeah, so who would be, if I shot someone, who would be to blame there?
The person that shot them.
Yeah. So even despite the fact that the gun itself is inanimate, doesn't have a mind, the mind behind the action would be responsible. So just like I would be responsible for shooting someone, God would be responsible for causing earthquakes.
I wouldn't necessarily say that because
What's the difference?
I can create a kid, right? My kid, I can treat him with love, respect, raise him in all the right ways. That kid can wind up growing up, driving a car, accidentally killing someone, or even intentionally killing someone. Am I wrong for making my child?
Oh, no, well, so if you made your child with the intention that they would, or like the knowledge that they would grow up and take the life of somebody else's child, yeah, I actually do think that that's wrong. I think you probably do have some like level of moral responsibility if you knew that your child would grow up and take somebody else's life.
Right. So if earthquakes exist, but they're not existing, like I live in Philly, right? I don't even remember, like we had a little small tremor, but like I can't remember the last time there was an earthquake there that actually killed somebody. So if you're living in an earthquake, if you're living in a place of the earth where there's common earthquakes, then maybe you should probably move and not live there.
Well,
You know,
I
if
mean,
you have the
this is
choice,
just
you know what I
victim
mean?
blaming.
How is that victim blaming?
How is it victim blaming to say like it's your fault, like the responsibility is on you to not be
If
unalived by earthquakes when God didn't need to make earthquakes at all in the beginning?
I'm not saying that's your responsibility. I'm not victim blaming, but I'm saying that when it comes down to it, if you're in serious threat and you stay there, then you can expect something bad to happen. Like I've grown up in the hood my whole life. Like there's gun violence, there's a bunch of bad shit. I chose to stay there for whatever period I did, knowing that I could go outside and get hit with a stray or die, if I die there, it's pretty much my fault at that point. If my parents
No,
choose to
wait,
not
what the
take me out
fuck?
of that
No.
environment, it's my fault.
Not at all. No, I wouldn't
It's
say that
there's a
that's your
sense
fault
of
at
it's
all.
not. I wouldn't
You
say it's
you you have
100%
you
for
have
someone
zero
shooting
moral
me, but
responsibility in a
you
situation when
bear a
somebody's like
sense of
stray bullet kills
responsibility.
you.
You bear a sense of responsibility when you constantly put yourself in harm's way.
So
So
so you can like do things to like avoid these situations, but it's never your fault if you got hit by like a stray bullet.
right. So right, you can do things to avoid it. So if you're
Yeah.
if your thing is earthquakes are bad because they kill people, and I live in an area where I know earthquakes happen constantly. For instance, I would not live in California because earthquakes happen constantly there. I'm probably not going to do that, right?
Yeah, but so if God is the one doing it, then God is responsible. Just like I would also affirm that the moral responsibility, if you went outside and died from like a stray bullet, I'd say that the moral responsibility is on whoever fired it. Like that's not your fault. You didn't do anything immoral by just going outside. Is there a way to avoid it? Sure. Is there a way to avoid earthquakes? Sure. If you're unalived by an earthquake, just like if you're unalived by a stray bullet, you didn't do anything wrong. And if God is the one who caused the earthquake to happen in the first place, then God did something wrong.
I mean, but does God cause earthquakes? I mean, isn't the
So
tectonic
where do
plate
you think?
shifting?
So who caused the tectonic plates to shift?
The gravitational pull of the Earth.
Okay, and who caused the Earth to have a gravitational pull?
So basically, you're saying that God is responsible for all good and all evil that happens on Earth
I'm
since
saying that God is
essentially, right?
responsible at least for natural evils.
But if you created humans and we're doing things with intentions, then technically he's evil for creating humans too. So
No. So
therefore,
I'm
nothing
saying
should
because so
exist,
you can say
essentially,
that
right?
there's like a free will difference that
No,
or
but you're
I actually
basically
probably would
go ahead.
I mean in my view I'd probably say that it doesn't make sense to me that God could allow like specific gratuitous evils. Um, but there's like some evil that can be allowed for. Like the good of courage is only possible with like the evil of fear. That God is capable of making a world that has some evils in it to acquire a higher standard of good in the end.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that we need to live in like a world free of evil. I'm just saying that that there's no reason why nature itself should ever be evil to us.
But I think nature is impossible. It's not possible for nature to be evil. There's no like mind behind it, like thinking. Other than God creating it, it doesn't have a soul, a spirit. It's not like us running around with thoughts, choosing like, okay, today we're gonna hit up San
Yes.
Francisco with an earthquake. Today we're gonna hit up Indonesia with an earthquake and take out. Oh, there's 10 million people over there. Let's drop the earthquake right here,
Yes.
magnitude of 10.
Yes. Wait, but so God made the tectonic plates knowing exactly when each earthquake would happen. Did God have the power to make tectonic plates without earthquakes? Or did God have the power
Hold on
to
one
make
second.
earthquakes that like just killed nobody?
Sorry, I was housekeeping. But again, I think that goes to the same thing though. If you're gonna say that for earthquakes, and you can say that for the creations of humans, you can say that for the creation of anything that has a
No, the
capability
difference
of
is going to
killing
be
somebody.
wait, but I would literally bite that bullet if you're omniscient. If you omnisciently know that like the thing that you create is going to cause lots of harm and you create it anyway, you did something bad. That's actually like a huge engineering ethics violation that you're responsible for your creation. That if you design like a plane and that plane like splits in half midair, then you're responsible for that plane. Like you're responsible for all those deaths if you engaged in like faulty engineering.
Right. So I guess the Christian answer to that will be it goes all the way back to the Garden of Eden,
Okay.
where God made everything perfect and we messed it all up. And then
No,
we
but
got
that's
kicked out of
just going to be
paradise.
historically denied is the problem. So we know from the geological record that earthquakes existed a long time before humans existed. We know that like Pangea, for example, was split apart by earthquakes. So you can't say that earthquakes are a result of human actions when earthquakes came before humans.
Right. What I'm saying is you're asking me things from a Christian perspective. So I'm saying in Christianity, we were in step with God. We were living amongst God in paradise, in the Garden of Eden, in the Garden of Eden, in perfection, right? In total perfection. So once that happened, we got kicked out basically. We're no longer welcome there. Now we're outside into the world where we're capable of dying to all these different various things. So basically, God made it perfect from the beginning, and we were kicked out of paradise as a result of our actions, essentially. That's
All
what
right,
I'm saying.
that's fine. So let's talk about the Christian perspective on the Garden of Eden. Do you think that incest is ever moral?
Do I think that incest is ever moral?
Yeah.
I think when you're like a population that's just starting, yeah, I think there would have to be incest in order for the population to spread.
Well, not if God made like enough of them.
If he did, but according to Christianity, he only made 2.
Yeah, wait, so then God, you would agree that God like necessitated incest?
In order for humanity to spread, yeah.
Gotcha. So if God does something,
it was designed that way at first, yeah.
So if God does something, is it good?
If God is the solemn creator of the universe and what he says goes, then yeah, I would say that ultimately it's for the greater good, yeah.
Gotcha. So you think that this incest was good?
At the beginning, to spread the population, yeah, because ultimately it brung you here, it brung everyone else that's here after that. So yeah, I would say that ultimately it was for the greater good of humanity.
Gotcha. So you would say that there's some instances where incest is good?
I would say back then, when it was like population 1 and 2, yes.
Yeah. So would you mind saying the statement, there are some times when incest is good?
I'm not gonna say that because that just sounds creepy.
But it did sound creepy. Yeah,
you already
that's
heard
right.
enough of
It
what I
should
said for you to get what I'm saying, right?
Well, yeah, but it's like it's what you believe, right?
Is what I
That
but I just told
sometimes
you
incest is good.
I told you a specific scenario where that will be acceptable, right? For me to say something like that will be able to be taken completely out of context and make it seem like I'm saying in current day and age incest is good. No,
Yeah, just that there's like some time periods where incest is good.
I said when the populations was like 1 or 2 people, and literally the human populations was just starting. It's just how it would have to be.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, that's just the reductio, I guess, that like you think that there's like some times when incest is good.
No, I'll give you one specific.
Because I have no problem saying that like reproducing via incest is always wrong. I can say that very easily.
So if the Earth had 2 people left on it, it's you and your sister. Are you going to sleep with your sister to repopulate the Earth, or is that by
no, I don't want kids. I mean, if it's just me and my sister, I think we'll call it.
You're the last hope for the human race.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't know. I think we'll call it. I don't know.
So
I mean, I don't feel like an obligation to like future generations. They quite literally don't exist.
Okay, let me ask you something. If one of your guests were to somehow hypothetically prove to you that God exists, would you actually serve God?
Yeah, of course.
You would do it. Okay. That was
yeah.
it.
I mean, of course. Like,
have you ever been close, or has someone ever brought up an argument where you're like, "Damn, that kind of made me think a little bit"?
There's some arguments that I didn't have good answers to, but in all these scenarios, it was like, well, we can't really explain this, therefore God, which is not very convincing to me.
I understand.
I think if someone brought me like really compelling like evidence that the resurrection happened, that would probably do it. But I don't know.
So the resurrection would be like the key factor.
Well, I don't know, just like evidence that God is
Christian,
real.
Resurrection's like the key point right there. If the resurrection doesn't exist, then literally Christianity doesn't exist at all, and everything we believe is a lie, pretty much.
Yeah, well, that's true. But I've just I've never encountered proof of the resurrection because there's no mention of the resurrection anywhere but the Bible. So you're just trying to use the Bible to prove the existence or like the truth of the Bible. So I don't know. Like I guess like not really. I just haven't encountered like a good argument. But do you have anything else? Otherwise, I might just end stream for the day.
I just want to ask you, like, as far as like when you're doing these type of arguments, right? Like, obviously, in order to look for like some of your answers and stuff, you would have to look into like apologetics, like naturally, like Christian apologetics, just to see like perspective on the other side. So I'm assuming you've done that kind of stuff. And like, who exactly have you looked at? If you remember.
I've looked into I watched like a lot of debates about this. So I watched, there was like a great debate between Alex O'Connor and I don't even remember what the fuck his name is. Like a Trent something maybe. It was a good debate. I would check that one out.
Gotcha.
Definitely not Cliff. Cliff loses like every formal debate he ever has.
Yeah.
I've heard good things about like inspiring philosophy. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, if you're interested in any good ones, Richard Hitchens and Frank Turk have some pretty good ones that actually bring up like good statements on like both, or good ideas on both sides, like good arguments for both. But definitely Frank Turk, if you haven't seen him at all, definitely look up some of that, because he'll give you a lot more compelling arguments than me or anyone else on this app can, because a lot of times people just go brain dead as soon as we hit the live button. But
Yeah, that's true.
dude, I love what you're doing, man. I think that it's awesome. And, I know you're not Christian, but, I'm just going to say it. I'm preaching for 2 seconds. God created everybody for a reason. I think you're meant to be doing exactly what you're doing now. And I literally died laughing when you call Christians out on their bullshit, because it's a sad thing that you can believe in something and know so little about it, right?
I
Where
agree.
you can just literally grow up with a bias, be indoctrinated into something, and do absolutely nothing to figure out what the hell it is that you believe in, right? That's why you get so many people in here that lack faith, that talk something and then they literally can't back it up right after. So I hope I did a little bit better than other
No,
people.
I think you did. Yeah, no, I think you were tracking better than most.
Yeah, but dude, keep it up, man. I literally love your lives. I watch this shit like every day.
Yeah, hey, no, I appreciate the hell out of that. Thanks so much for coming on up. Yeah,
All right,
and
brother.
thanks so
Take
much for
care,
your
man.
support. Yeah,
Yes, sir. God bless. Peace.
yeah, thanks so much. Hey,
How do I exit?
oh yeah, I'll help you with that. Hey, I'm probably gonna call it for the day. I wish that there was someone who's live. Truly, are you here? Do you want to go live and then I can send people your way, or what's the deal? I don't know. But hey, if you enjoyed the stream, make sure you drop a follow so you never miss a single stream in the future. I had a blast. I had such a good time. Make sure you are joining the Discord as well. The link is in the bio. I would absolutely love to see you there. Yeah, wait, if Hanji is live, maybe you should go check out what Hanji is up to. She doesn't pop up in my like side live tab, so I wish I could tell you exactly what. But yeah, no, I'm sure you can just go find Hanji, and I don't know, just like join the Discord. The link is in the bio. You need to access it by copying it and pasting it into the Discord app. I'm sorry no one else is live right now, but I'm a little bit tired. But love all of you. Have